Today95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our read this morning. The newspaper review segment, today's quest, Today 95.1 FM. Yours truly, Kelly Kemenjima is my name. So, still from Daily Post. Worst federal government ever. El-Rufai blasts Tinubu's administration. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has delivered a scathing critique of President Bola Tinubu's administration, labeling it the most corrupt and intolerant government Nigeria has seen since the return to democracy in 1999. Speaking with journalists in Katsina State, El-Rufai said the current federal government under Tinubu is the worst in Nigeria's history, accusing it of relying on propaganda to mask its failures, especially in addressing the country's persistent security crisis. It's the most corrupt and most intolerant government in Nigeria, El-Rufai declared. This is the most lying government that depends on false propaganda, the lie that security has improved in Nigeria. The former FCT minister was in Katsina State to commiserate with Governor Diko Umaru Rada on the death of his mother. During the interview, he dismissed claims by the federal government that the security situation has improved, asserting that many communities in Katsina, Zamfara and Sokoto are still plagued by violent insecurity. In Kaduna, Dogokide is still around, Malam Abba and Boko Haram terrorists still alive. Bello Toji is still around, but every day they announce names of people that are bandits leaders that have been killed and say security has improved. He questioned the government's credibility, pointing to the continued presence and activity of a notorious terrorist leader. How many local governments are under the occupation of bandits in Katsina State? How many are occupied by bandits in Zamfara State and some parts of Sokoto State? And because you are in government, you think that nothing would happen? El-Rufai also used the occasion to speak on his political future, describing the Social Democratic Party, SDP, which he has reportedly aligned with as a party of integrity, poised to challenge the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, in the 2027 election. I have said it before, this is the worst federal government in Nigerian history, and all the indices have shown it. All right, El-Rufai. PDP governor declares Tinubu will do 8 years in Aso Rock. We listen to Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State. That's the governor of Akwa Ibom State speaking there. That's the same story here. Tribune, I have capacity to occupy Nigeria's highest office. I have capacity to occupy Nigeria's highest office. That's Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State speaking. So we'll listen to him. I'm rolling this over. 2027 NNPP dead. Kwankwanso will join APC soon. Ganduje, National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, has said former presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwanso, would soon be left with no choice but to join the ruling party. Ganduje, who incidentally served as deputy governor to Kwankwanso, made the declaration on Tuesday when he met with members of the Tinubu support group, TSG, who paid him a courtesy visit. Checks revealed that 7 senators, Somalia Kawu, and 2 members of the House of Representatives on the platform of the troubled NNPP met with Ganduje on Tuesday ahead of their formal defection to the APC. The duo are Aliyu Sani Madaki and Kabiru Usman Rurum. The APC national chairman, who maintained that the NNPP was dead, also dismissed the unfolding coalition led by former Vice President and the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate in the last election, Atiku Abubakar, as dead on arrival. The NNPP is dead and it will soon be buried. Very, very soon. I'm hoping where we will put the dead body. The coffin has already been constructed. What remains now is to dig the grave. And already they are digging the grave very, very soon. Even like that, the so-called NNPP national leader, he says after losing everyone, he wants to come back to us. We will welcome him because he's coming back home. Ganduje admonished the group to keep its doors open to all anxious to work for a fresh mandate for Tinubu. All right. Rivers government threatens legal action against NBA over 300 million naira conference fund So we have some of the confirmations that we speculated on yesterday. Let me go through the story. The Rivers State government on Tuesday threatened the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) with legal action to recover the 300 million naira for the hosting of its 2025 national conference. The state government said it was not true that the amount was a donation, but rather an understanding to make Port Harcourt a host state of the conference, which the NBA moved to Enugu State. The government said it is now noted the statement by the NBA on the relocation of the 2025 Annual General Conference from Port Harcourt to Enugu. According to the statement signed by the Senior Special Advisor, SSA on Media to the Sole Administrator, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, the state government outrightly rejected the NBA's recent claim that a 300 million naira payment made by the state was a gift unrelated to hosting rights for the NBA AGC 2025. For clarity, the Rivers State government's records show that the payment of 300 million naira to the NBA was made with the mutual understanding that Rivers State would host the 2025 edition of the NBA AGC. The Rivers State government entered into this arrangement with the NBA in good faith, with the understanding that hosting a conference in the state would attract significant economic benefits to our state, positively and directly impact the businesses of our people. The NBA's unilateral decision to relocate the AGC 2025 against our mutual understanding and subsequent decision to withhold the 300 million naira paid for the purpose of hosting the NBA AGC 2025 in Rivers State is unethical and amounts to a breach of trust. The statement stresses that failure of the NBA to immediately refund the 300 million naira. Let me go to quote here. We reaffirm our willingness to engage in partnerships with all professional bodies, including the NBA, but we will not accommodate exploitation of our people and the Rivers State government. I'm stressing that the government would compel the implementation of all legal means to recover the property of the good people of Rivers State. Okay, so will they go to court? I guess we'll have to wait to find out. And then the cable. FG declares Friday, Monday public holidays to mark Easter celebration. The federal government has declared Friday, April 18 and Monday, April 21st as public holidays to mark Good Friday and Easter Monday. So this Friday, public holiday, Monday, public holiday. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, announced the holidays in a statement released on Wednesday through Magdalene Ajani, the ministry's permanent secretary. Ojo congratulated Christians across the country on the celebration of Easter, urging them to reflect on the virtues of love and sacrifice demonstrated by Jesus Christ in his death and resurrection. He encouraged citizens to use the period to pray for peace, unity, and the continued stability of Nigeria. Issa Onilu, anti-corruption agencies tracking schools, banks sabotaging student loan scheme. Larry Issa Onilu, the Director General, DG of the National Orientation Agency, NOA, says anti-corruption agencies have been on notice to monitor some tertiary institutions that are colluding with banks to sabotage the student loan scheme. On Monday, the NOA, through its community orientation and mobilization officers, said some tertiary institutions were found to be conspiring with banks to unfairly disadvantage students benefiting from the loan scheme. In an interview on Arise Television, Onilu said some higher institutions, in addition to colluding with banks to secure tuition fees, were also imposing processing fees before certifying applicants. We also heard of some schools that charge some fees, processing or so-called fees, for the students to access the funds, something that you played no role in. We see a lot of students complaining that it is only after they have made payment that they discover that Nelfund has paid for the tuition and the schools did not inform them. We had to relate to Nelfund and we found out it was not news to Nelfund. Nelfund was actually dealing with the issues already. As I speak, the anti-corruption agencies have been put on notice by Nelfund. Students can now track from application to disbursement by themselves, and schools cannot do that anymore. It is so sad that any institution would be involved in this kind of a thing. It's like sabotaging the citizens. Let's not even talk about the government. It's not about sabotaging. It is actually about sabotaging ourselves. That's the closing statement there. Tinubu will complete his 8 years as president, says the Akwa Ibom State governor. Same story as the one from Daily Post this morning. Umoino, and we'll listen to him endorse Tinubu for his second term. All right. Nigeria's petrol importation reduced to 29.9 million liters in 8 months, says NMDPRA CEO. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, says the importation of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, into Nigeria reduced by 29.9 million liters in over 8 months. Farouk Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, NMDPRA, spoke during a press briefing organized by the Presidential Communications Team, PTC, at the State House in Abuja yesterday. According to the CEO, the country's daily petrol importation decreased from 44.6 million liters in August of 2024 to 14.7 million liters in April 2024. That's April 2025. So August 2024 to April 2025. To be precise, April 13, 2025. He attributed the drop in imports to increased contributions from local refineries. Additionally, Ahmed noted that local petrol production increased by 670% during the same period, attributing the increase to the Port Harcourt Refining Company's gradual reactivation in November 2024 and increased production from modular refineries located throughout the nation. After contributing virtually nothing in August of 2024, local plants delivered 26.2 million liters per day in April or early April, a jump from 3.4 million liters recorded in September 2024, which was the first month with measurable output. However, he said despite the growth in domestic supply, total national supply exceeded the government's 50 million liters per day consumption benchmark. Only twice within the 8-month period, 56 million liters in November 2024 and 52.6 million liters in February 2025 was done, according to Ahmed. He also added that in March, importation slightly dipped to 51.5 million liters per day, while the first half of April witnessed an even lower average of 40.9 million liters per day. Ahmed says the NMDPRA issues import licenses strictly in line with national supply requirements, underscoring the authority's commitment to striking a balance between imports and growing local production capacity. He called for a collective national effort in protecting and maintaining Nigeria's oil and gas infrastructure. He has a few more things to say, so the link you can find on our Facebook page. Let's roll this over. Kegama 2FG, attackers aren't ghosts. Review your security strategies to end killings. Ignatius Kegama, Catholic Archbishop of Sokoto, of Abuja, says the federal government and security agencies must adopt new strategies to address insecurity in the country. Kegama, who spoke in Abuja on Tuesday at the 2025 Christmas held at Our Lady Queen of Nigeria Pro Cathedral, said the attackers are not ghosts, but people who can be identified and punished. We continue to witness criminality that robs people of their lives, which should be scared, or which should be sacred rather. One can only imagine how many families are left devastated, traumatized, and broken severely. By now, one would think that the combination of modern technology and non-kinetic methods, criminality would have been greatly reduced in Nigeria. The recurring violence in different parts of the nation is a sign of a nation that is in need of healing. I think there is a need for interagency cooperation. Security agencies must collaborate to end this circle of killings in our country. These attackers are not ghosts. They are people who can be identified and punished. So I am hoping that the government will take a new step in that regard. He urged government authorities to take decisive measures in breaking the circle of violence, noting that security agencies must work together to end the recurrent killings in the country. Kegama commended Nigerians for their enduring resilience, noting that they are ready to celebrate even in the midst of hardship. Our president has promised us to do something about the insecurity. We are with him. We will support him. People are asking for just their rights and basic amenities. It is not a big deal to pay salaries and provide schools and hospitals with facilities. All right, Kigama there. Suswan, PDP governor stands on coalition merger out of touch with reality. We'll listen to him. All right, so I'm going to roll this over. That's the former governor of Benue State. Was also in the Senate at some time. For some time, I'm not sure if he's still a 7th senator or not. I just can't confirm if he's still a 7th senator for Benue State at this moment. Okay, but since I'm there, we'll listen to him as well. Let's roll this over and we look at stories from Vanguard newspaper. And Vanguard opens with this story. You can't remove me. Ironwood dares PDP governors. The National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Senator Samuel Ironwood, has taken a swipe at the governors elected on the platform of the party, noting that he was elected at the PDP National Convention for 4 years. With this, he cannot be removed by a handful of party men. According to him, the PDP Governors Forum, this decision to try to supplant an elected national officer of the party is an affront to the nation's laws and the PDP constitution that cannot stand. Speaking with journalists yesterday, Ironwood, reacting to the governor's decision on Monday during their meeting in Ibadan, Oyo State capital, stated that immediately after the Easter holidays, he would return to Abuja and resume straight away at his office at the PDP National Secretariat, Wadata Plaza, Abuja, because there is no vacancy there for anyone to dare to occupy. The governors proposed that the party's Deputy National Secretary temporarily assumes the role of National Secretary until a substantive appointment is made from the Southeast Zone. Senator Ironwood said, I remain the National Secretary of the party. This is not the first time that some people are trying to shortcut that falls short of the PDP constitution and contradicts the orders of the court, Ironwood stated, warning that those moving the PDP Governors Forum in such a direction are not helping the party. According to him, the Supreme Court judgment of March explicitly invalidated 2 previous judgments that all those involved in the proxy war against him had relied upon, while a subsisting Federal High Court order of January this year clearly restrains the PDP, its leaders, its Deputy National Secretary, or any other person from acting as the party's National Secretary. It seems, according to him, they are deliberately trying to kill the PDP today and tomorrow. Blame Wike for it. At the governors' meeting, the party's national legal team told them that such decision on the position of PDP National Secretary's position is wrong, that the Supreme Court had spoken on the matter, pointing out that no provision in the party's constitution allows a handful of privileged party men to unilaterally invalidate the PDP constitution or the decision taken at a national convention that elected him as National Secretary for a 4-year term in 2021. The National Secretary noted that before this week's decision by a meeting of 10 PDP governors, a meeting of 25 self-chosen Southeast PDP caucus had tried to supplant him with their nominee before the Supreme Court ruling on March 21 explicitly validated him and invalidated their efforts. Okay, so let's move. Punch newspaper. This, I think, is our final story for today. Fubara hasn't sought forgiveness. Wike replies Tompolo. Fubara hasn't sought forgiveness. Wike replies Tompolo. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, says the suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has not apologized to him to consider forgiving him. According to him, for there to be forgiveness, the person who did wrong must first acknowledge it and seek forgiveness. The minister, speaking through his media aide, Larry Olayinka, was reacting to the call by Niger Delta ex-militant leader, High Chief Government Ekpomopolo, alias Tompolo, who called on him to forgive Fubara, his estranged political godson. Tompolo, while speaking on the Rivers State crisis, in a statement recently emphasized the need for restraint and unity, urging Wike to set aside his anger for the greater good. And just like I will not accept rebellion from my son, I will also not cause more problems. Wike is angry, but he has to bring his temper down for the good of all. We will have a dialogue and resolve all lingering issues, and again, Fubara will return to his seat. So that's Tompolo. As for his response to the call by Tompolo, Wike, through his aide, says there is no forgiveness or there is no offense. It is when somebody has offended you personally that you are talking about the person seeking forgiveness or whatever. As Christians, let's now assume that Fubara has offended the minister. Do you forgive someone who has not come to you to seek forgiveness? Olayinka, emphasizing the process of reconciliation, adds, the person who has wronged you must first agree that in his mind he has wronged you. Let's assume that Fubara has offended the minister. Has he come to seek forgiveness? I'm not saying there is an offense and there should be forgiveness, but he has not even come for forgiveness. According to Olayinka, Wike has not accused Fubara of personal wrongdoing, but has merely called for adherence to governance principles. The minister has never said that Fubara offended him personally. He only said that Fubara should govern in accordance with the rule of law and that Fubara should not throw away those who risk their lives and resources. And that is not too much to ask. Those who worked to make you governor, don't throw them away like that. So that is not about forgiveness. If there's one person Fubara would say he has offended, it should be the president. He further questioned the governor's change in posture toward Wike, noting that Fubara once worked closely with him. Well, finally, proverbially, he added, you are begging a doctor to provide medicine for someone that is sick, but you are not begging the person that is sick to take the medicine. What happens? Those are the stories for us today. We'll take that short break. When we come back, we'll get into some of the issues. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder, say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them, can give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood in the chopper. You say this one, no worry. When time will reach, I'll say I want to see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
dance.
Me, I go open gate for. I me go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for Wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy Wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all and welcome again to the show. Let's get to the issues this morning. Chief Loveday Okere, JP Square, joins us. He's a social political analyst and community leader, voice of a chain nation living in River State. Chief, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Kelly.
Dana Momo, public affairs analyst, strategic planner, and a travel consultant. Morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Let me go straight to the story of controversy for us this morning. The story of the sole administrator summoning Governor Fubara and his deputy to appear before it on Friday, April 18, 2025. There's a lot of talk that is fake news. But the authorities haven't come out to either debunk it or clarify. So that's why it's on the saddle. That's why it's here. The only reason I've left it is because it is yet to be officially debunked. There are colleagues at the government house say, well, it's not in any of our official communications so far. It's not there so far. Okay, so that gives it the first, maybe orange light. This one may not be completely true. But like the other releases that we have seen, debunking, they are clear. 10,000 jobs for graduate and non-graduates, they came out to say it's not true. There are two others that they came out to say it's not true. But till now, I haven't seen a communication to say this is not true. Yeah. Does that mean it may be valid, a summon from the sole administrator to an elected governor? Chief Okere.
Kelly, based on things that has happened in recent time in River State, I want to say that this is one of those social media press releases that the propagandists are doing that are making things worse for the suspended governor. I read this thing yesterday on social media. I think this thing came out yesterday.
Late yesterday.
Yeah, late yesterday. So I'm sure that the sole administrator, led government will also come up if the need be.
That's if it's not from them.
Yes. Even if it's from them, you will also know. So, and I don't blame him for not reacting now because there are 1,001 information of this kind on social media. But
this is signed, the document on social media is signed by the Secretary to the State Government.
Of course, the other ones have always been signed by Secretary to government.
No, the ones I've seen.
Yes.
The other ones I saw.
Yes.
Did not have signatures.
No. Maybe that's the one you saw. The ones I saw had the signature. In fact, it had the logo of state government on them and the signature of the government. So these are, because when you look at it, even if you are not a lawyer, you will know that at the moment and as it is, one of the responsibilities, one of the terms of reference of the sole administrator is not to question or to query or to probe the suspended governor. To the best of my knowledge, it is not. And if there is any authority that can probe anybody, now it's the National Assembly, as it were. So for me, I want us to downplay some of this social media propaganda, and majority of them from wherever side, it's not helping the situation. It's not at all. So it's just a continuation of making the whole thing worse from the station where it is. So, but I'm happy that the the sole administrator is cool-headed, is not quick in responding to some of these things, the one that is coming from his quarter, he will make it clear. The one that is not coming from there, he will also make it. I told people through my social media, I know that so much noise about through the media may not have the required responses because the administration of this sole administrator does not have a commissioner for information. Neither does he have a head for social media, whatever. So responses will be very slow.
But we're hearing now that he has a senior special assistant on media.
You are hearing? Has it been announced? Kelly, you are hearing.
That's the thing. We're talking about this yesterday. Okay, more like I was venting about it yesterday, to the extent that I see from some channels a name mentioned as Hector. Hector has a title, Senior Special Assistant to the sole administrator on media.
Do you know that there is also a list containing about either 11 or 15 names that is tagged to be appointees for head of ministries? Haven't you seen that one?
No, let me give you. Okay, since we're
Have you seen that one?
Since we're deliberating on something as important as this, yes, right? The back and forth between NBA and the Rivers State government, is signed. That statement is signed by Hector, who is the supposed senior special advisor to the sole administrator on media.
Did he sign as that in that particular document?
Yes.
So what is wrong about that? So it means it is existing. It means it's existing. That one is existing. So what I'm trying to say is that
if that one is existing, this one is signed by the SSG.
Okay, let us wait.
Secretary to the state government.
Let us wait.
Why is this one not authentic?
Let us wait till Friday.
Till Friday, yeah.
If Fubara did not attend, then let us see the action of the government. By then, we will now know that truly that was a official invitation. Or possibly between now and Friday, the government may also come up to debunk the information.
Maybe between now and noon. Maybe between now and noon.
Thank you very much. It's possible. So for me, let us downplay on most of this information coming from social media over. For me, I disregard them until it come from authorities properly. Then before I will believe that's just the thing.
Let me introduce Opaka Dokuba, who joins us as well. He's the Vice President, NUJ Zone F South. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Rosito. And fellow panelists, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Actually, it's such a long time.
You started to abandon me.
You've been really vibrating lately.
No, I started to.
You have a reason to.
I was on sabbatical. I decided to come and go.
I see you on some other platform.
Yeah, thank you very much. Exactly. There are several media platforms that we can, our voices can be heard outside Today FM. But Today FM is our home.
Your voice has been very
loud.
Very loud.
Yes.
You have a reason to do that.
Yes, because Nigeria is our home.
I'm sorry.
We
can have this conversation on a separate platform, not here. I've allowed this stretch a little longer than it should.
I thought you would have given him that.
No.
As a colleague.
No, it's not about because it's a senior colleague.
Thank you very much.
But nonetheless, we're here for a separate business. So that business can be done somewhere else.
Opaka, you can see now.
Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your understanding. Mr. Momo.
You see, let me take it from from what Chief said that fake news. I decided not to take some of these things as fake news.
Okay.
For a man who would dissolve statutory boards, why would he not want to invite?
Not invite someone.
No, sometimes again the newspaper could use languages.
The actual wordings from that statement.
Let's even use that word.
The actual wording from that statement is summon.
And for me, there are certain things you just want to close your eyes and feel that, no, it's not right. You just want to pinch yourself to be sure that
it's happening.
Is this real? Fubara took an oath of office that conferred immunity on him. The president can remove that, whether by suspension or by anything. Fubara remains the governor of Rivers State. One can be called a sole administrator, but the one who carries the badge of the governor of Rivers State is still similar to Fubara. He cannot, and this is my advice to him, he should not honor such ridiculous invitation.
That is if there is.
He should not. Under what guards? See, the thing is, governance is continuum. If there are any infraction in court that they thought or their main Fubara has done, the office of the secretary to the government should provide those files to the sole administrator regarding the numbers of persons who had been appointed by Fubara. Are you saying, for example, God forbid it, if the governor is no more, I'm going to consult the dates to know the appointments that the man has done? No, there are records. There are offices to handle such. You have dissolved everybody. You have appointed these persons. Let them give you the records. Even EFCC can arrest him, not to even say or invite him.
No, let's start. So you are assuming that this may be true.
I'm taking it as truth until it is debunked.
So on the heels of that, the directive is present all relevant documents and records pertaining to appointments, including justifications and procedures followed during your tenure. This is a probe of the Fubara's government.
No, the truth here is that we remember what happened to Trump when they raided
his home.
Yes, and found certain documents were supposed to be government documents. Is Fubara keeping documents of people he appointed?
No, but is Fubara in the first place supposed to be answering to a probe from IBAS?
To what? To what document? Should he be taking those documents home? Are those documents not in office of the Secretary of State government? Why should Fubara come to bring to come and answer to what?
We would have been worried if it's confirmed today that state government actually invited this man.
But you see,
let's not be.
No, but you say
Chief
you say it's a fake. He believes it's not fake.
No, I didn't categorically. Hold on, no.
Okay.
I didn't categorically say
it's fake.
It's true or not true. But I said that I'm having the belief that the sole administrator cannot that because it is not part of his modus operandi, terms of reference. I say so.
Yes, that's where I took out from.
So you know what?
Since it has not been confirmed, we shouldn't be condemning the sole administrator. Neither should we be.
What if it is confirmed?
Asking Fubara to go or not to go because it is not confirmed.
No, what if it is confirmed to be true, like you said in
then
your closing?
We now know what to say.
In your closing, you had said that we will know by Friday if Fubara shows up or Fubara does not show up.
Thank you.
We will know by Friday. So the document is left hanging.
Of course.
We're waiting for clarification. Once we see clarification, we will state.
No, I said this because of the way my friend Daniel Momo is standing, as if it's something that is very confirmed.
You handled it as a document that is hanging. He handled it as a document that is real. That is real.
That is true.
Until it is debunked.
That's my concern.
But that's the reason. That's the very reason why I've left this story.
These things
I would have removed it.
They are in newspapers. They are in today's dailies. So how long would it take the state government to debunk such news? To say no, this is emanate from us. But I'm saying that Fubara should not attend. He should not. He should not dignify it in any way.
So there's a C part to it, which when I read, I found it difficult to believe. The session will also serve as an opportunity for the suspended governor to provide a clear and detailed explanation as to why he believes he should be reinstated to office.
Well, that's why I said he should never dignify it by attending it. He carries immunity. He still carries immunity. The president can remove that. He carries his immunity. Even if they let the state of emergency had another 6 months, they can't remove him from office. He is the one who carries the badge of the governor of Rivers State. No other person.
Mr. Dokubo, have you seen documents to the otherwise?
Kelly, not yet. To be sincere to you, I was shocked this morning when I heard you read that you were reading it from Punch newspapers.
No, Daily Post.
Daily Post.
But there are other papers that also
have from a conventional newspaper, the one that we know we can at least relate with. You and I can relate with. Because it's been in the social media for, I don't know. I saw it there. I brushed it aside. I said, no, how can this be? But it has found its way into the mainstream. So, and everybody is still quiet. It was as it were from that quarters, from the sole administrator's quarters is neither debunking nor accepting. And then from Fubara's own angle as well, we have also not heard anything.
No, I heard from Fubara's angle that it may not be true. But they cited, the person I spoke with cited a source, another source, a media source. So when I reached out to that media source, this is the information I got. They spoke with someone in the government on condition of anonymity who said it's not true. Right? They spoke with someone in the government on the condition of anonymity who says it's not true. Right? That is still, it's substantial, but it's not weighty enough for us to discard it. Because we know that there is a Hector, whether he's official or not. Are you aware of Hector's appointment?
I'm not aware of the appointment, but I've seen his name. I've seen the name.
Okay, you also did not see a memo that Hector has been appointed.
No.
But there is a Hector that is speaking for the state, for the sole administrator.
Somehow.
There is the chief of staff to the sole administrator. There is a secretary to the state government. All of these persons have not released a statement to say, we don't know this piece. We don't know it. None of them.
And they have not also released a statement to say that this.
No, but their silence could suggest that this is from us.
I'm sure if he was to summon Fubara, he would not summon him on the pages of whatever.
Thank you.
I'm referring to.
Thank you very much.
Fubara would have received an official, maybe letter or invitation, whatever. That's why I say, from Fubara's angle, we have not even heard.
At least his spokesperson to release a statement.
Somehow, that this document or this invitation exists, that it has actually gotten to him. If you want to deal with somebody like that, I'm not sure it's just on the pages of whatever, you just release a statement and then you see him running, come running. Is that how it operates? No, I don't think so. So, for me, it's especially because of all the issues we're even raising, more and more, it looks like this may not be maybe one of those fake things that we have. But my worry is how it has found its way to the traditional media platforms, and that is what I find a little bit unsettling. And to that extent, it's very difficult for me to respond to it as either, right, because they themselves are not even, I'm not sure they are quoting any source. So everything is just in the air, as it were. If these traditional media houses are also not quoting any source, telling us as to where they got this or who confirmed it to them and all that, and when everything is hanky.
But the document has a signature of the SSG.
We have also had so many other documents with signatures that he has also come out to debunk.
That's why I don't take it serious. I'm not taking it serious.
That's Chief Okere's view. He's not taking it serious. Nobody's compelling you to take it serious.
That's why it's also difficult for me to take it seriously, actually. Only that it's now in the... if it had not been on this traditional media platform, I wouldn't even bother to look at it a second time again. But data is there. If we're going to speak about it, we're going to also speak about it as if. The conditionally, we have to speak about this conditionally. But if it turns out to be true,
maybe by Friday we heard that there was a supposed meeting, and somebody did not show up.
Public holiday.
As said somebody did not. Said persons did not show up.
Government is on.
Because more and more, the deeper you go, the more perplexing and the more difficult it is for me to accept that the sole administrator will sit and do this.
Yes.
If it was the National Assembly doing this, I would understand.
Thank you very much.
It would have been understandable.
Thank you very much.
I would have. But come to think of it, this man came to settle issues.
Security, majorly, was what his primary duty here.
And if you think there were feuding parties and then you were to settle, is it by hitting on one side alone? The others are in UK enjoying themselves.
No, they are back, man.
Oh, they are back.
But they were there.
Okay, they are back.
Yeah. Oh, you're asking me?
You said it now.
No, I didn't know my mic was on. He said they are where? They are where?
In the UK.
Oh, they are in UK? I'm not aware.
Okay. Oh my God.
I'm not aware at all.
Well, you didn't know that they were in the UK?
I'm not aware.
You didn't know that Yes Week had lunch with them in UK?
Well, how did you know?
But you just said
church service.
Was it out of impulse? You said they are back.
Okay.
No, but
I thought we were discussing my friend here in Port Harcourt. I never knew you were referring to
back from Port Harcourt.
I thought it was a different story altogether. I'm not aware of all those information at all.
Okay. So one would have thought that, in fact, at this moment, I just was thinking as I was coming, I said, but if this man truly wanted to really come and settle peace or talk about peace or resolution of these issues and people are shooting parties, why don't we even have a blueprint of what actually he intends to go about all of this?
Yes, he hasn't settled down now. He's barely 1 month.
He has 6 months though.
Settled down to do
what?
He's
barely 1 month. You know.
We should have had a blueprint as to
settle
how
down and statutory bodies have been removed.
He's still settling down.
Let's have a blueprint.
Maybe in the next 3 months.
He's still settling down.
He's settling down.
He has assembled.
He just appointed.
No, that's what I'm going to. He has assembled 23 persons to man the local government areas.
Do you know what it means to?
He's still settling.
Hunt for all those technocrats that he used. They are not regular politicians.
They are not. You don't know them. You don't know any of them.
For him to campaign for those men, put them together from
Chief Okere.
He said,
you don't know them.
I don't even the one that is from Echi, I don't even know him.
You don't know any of them.
I didn't know him. I only heard his name.
Okay, you only heard his name.
I don't know him.
Okay.
So if he was a politician, I would have known him.
Okay.
So he was a civil servant, so to say. So I'm sure similar thing that happened in Echi happened in other AGS.
Okay. Okay.
That's very correct.
Okay.
So for me, honestly,
no, but you're okay, suspicious.
No. But he sounds certain now. So I'm saying okay to what he has said. What else am I supposed to say?
So honestly, for me, I'm beginning to think that for him to get the confidence of the people, at least, okay, let me say my own confidence that truly this is what it is. Let's have a clear blueprint. Let's have a clear roadmap as to how you wish to achieve this assignment. And then we would know and then follow up. So
does he know exactly what he's supposed to do?
There was a broadcast now when he resumed. There was a broadcast. I'm beginning
to wonder because what he said at that time. And
you're interjecting him a little too much today.
I'm helping him.
No, he has not asked for help. You have to allow him.
I'm reminding him that there was a broadcast from this man.
Chief Okere.
And that broadcast contained those blueprints they are looking for.
When you express yourself
to restore security.
When you express yourself, nobody interjected. Nobody said anything.
I concur.
Allow them to make their points too.
I concur.
Thank you.
Very sorry, sir. I'm playing my role at that of Obidima. You know, the spirit of Obidima just entered me. So that's just it. But I have just let that spirit go back to wherever.
So honestly, I think it's important that at this point we have a clear view of what exactly this is going to be. And if he does not mind giving it to the state, at least the National Secretary and the National Assembly, put it out, let them debate it and agree on the particular document, the format as to what this was supposed to achieve, and then we'll go ahead. But the way he's doing it in piecemeal, now that he has even appointed sole administrators and it is now the National Assembly is putting team together and all that, what is going to happen? One would have thought that all of this should have been cleared before he goes ahead. And I have a feeling that we never resort to them. He just continue to do his thing.
So the Speaker of the House of Reps yesterday, while inaugurating that committee, I said the sole administrator can only provide basic governance while they look forward to restoring full democratic structures. Basic governance. Does it seem like that's what he's done so far, Mr. Momo?
No. He's completely rejigging the state, completely from the root, completely. When you go for people who are tenured and you go removing them. I said something on my page that you are using a temporary solution to cure a permanent. No. If by tomorrow the president feels in his wisdom that I think security is done here, you are off. But you have begun to put your hands in places where people now begin to question, are these places security threats? And for me, I think the National Assembly, there is an indictment for me. The day you have done this, long ago, how long does it take to constitute a committee? To begin to take every steps the man take. And the man should have a reference to where he referred to, like he said. Okay, what is the blueprint to say when he came in, this in quote was the security threat of River State? In 1 month, we have cleared half of it.
Wait, the same person that says River State was peaceful?
No, I don't see.
On arrival?
No, because the president gave a different view.
No, but on arrival, he contradicted the president.
No. The president gave that the president for me is the primary source now. The president gave a different view and why this has to come now. And that's why we have him now in River State. And so we should begin to have at every step for the next 6 months to have said, okay, that 6 months we're not able to achieve this level of what the president expected us to do. And so we needed additional 2 months, we need additional 3 months. If there are no clear roadmap to it, we just wake up and just see governance no. But National Assembly, well, they have done that. Let's hope that every business of the day now would now be referred to that committee. And unfortunately, you see, that's why, you see, in war, sir, it doesn't benefit anybody. The political class are in conflict. But who are suffering it? The people of River State. Take, for example, 300 million back and forth, and I thought, for small businesses in River State, 300 pesos can get 1 million. It's going to take some people out of poverty. It's going to raise business in River State instead of us thinking that people are bringing businesses. The businesses here are closing down. If you are taking 300 million for 300 persons who are clearly in business, not people who just want to get another wife, or people who are clearly in business, to say you raise them with capital of 1 million, 300. In the 23 local government of River State, you have done something. You have dropped something. You have dropped water somewhere. But today, what are we saying? Bring 3 million as a gift. Gift from who? Okay. How?
The sole administrator, has he so far done basic governance? Because that's what the House of Reps Speaker said. His role is to provide basic governance.
Well, Kelly, we as citizens that are being governed by the leaders, one of our responsibilities is to air our opinions about our understanding in governance, whether there is problem or no problem in any particular region. Now, looking at it from the point of what is happening in River State here, let us also consider the fact that what we are practicing, whether you like it or not, is democracy. And in my secondary school studies, I was told that one of the disadvantages of democracy is that it is very slow in decision making. That one, if I can forget everything I learned in government, this one I can forget. So, the brokers of Mr. President say that the sole administrator should report to fake Federal Executive Council. Now, when National Assembly was, ratifying the declaration and proclamation, they said that the sole administrator will report to them, National Assembly. And I am sure, if you ask me, that one of the reasons or one of the things that may have affected some of the activities of the sole administrator is that the National Assembly were yet to bring up a committee where this man will be reporting to directly, which has been done yesterday or 2 days ago.
That's just for one. That's just for the House of Reps. The Senate, they're yet to do this.
I think that thing fall primarily on House of Representatives. It is or it's National Assembly, but this one is mainly on House of Reps. That is why you saw the speaker.
Yes, now when they took over the governance during Amichi's time.
Yeah, it is always House of
Representatives.
Representatives.
It was the House of Reps.
This one is within them. So now, if you look at the scenarios I have painted here, you will now see that yes, the man came, and you cannot say the man should leave any part of the government institutions, because what makes a government is the combination of all institutions put together is the government that we're talking about. So you cannot, whether you are acting as sole administrator, as governor, or as a military, whatever, it is these institutions that make up that government that you are governing. So even if it is Fubara MC today, there are decisions that Fubara will take that people will also query. So whatever query that is given to this one, it's not out of it. It's always there.
How do we define basic functions of government?
Basic. In Nigeria, if we talk about basic function in government, we're talking about security. We're talking about welfare. Basic function.
Okay.
Protection of life and property.
Okay.
These are basic function. And how are you going to carry out this responsibility? It is not you carrying this government on your head. It is making sure that the institutions that carry out these responsibilities are monitored. How do you monitor them? Let me tell you, in Nigeria, in River State, we politicize everything, including our judiciary, where people who are supposed to be a neutral personalities are sympathized with one group or the other. That is what we have in Nigeria here. That even when you appoint, ordinarily, when you are a head of an institution, you are supposed to play a role that will be non-partisan, so that whatever happens, everybody will enjoy government, whether you are opposition or you are in government. But in Nigeria here, once you are even noticed that I'm always here, everybody knows where I pitch my tent. You, that is Kelly, cannot recognize me in anything if you are in the other side where I'm opposing. Vice versa. That is a river state for you. So now, if this man comes as a sole administrator, and Kelly is, how do I put it now, is the head of whatever in this government where this man is sole administrator, and he is supposed to be under me as a sole administrator, he will sabotage me. You will do everything.
But I can suspend you. I don't have to dissolve all the boards. I can say, I recognize you in your position. I have a temporary assignment to perform, right?
Yes.
You are refusing to act in the capacity that you are appointed. Step aside. Someone else that is next in rank in that institution, let me just finish.
Okay.
Will step up and get the job done.
Thank you. See,
that's why I asked the question.
What the man have dissolved?
Yes.
Is it the bureaucratic formation or institutions or political appointees in the state?
Is there a distinction?
Yes, there is.
What kind of distinction?
Upper kind of boy is here to help me.
No, the Traditional Rulers Council, is that also a political?
He's political. No. It is political.
Okay, the RIRS.
It's political. The man who was appointed the chairman of the Rivers.
Let us be political.
Chief, we're trying to be as objective as we should be. That's why I'm keeping my question.
You can attest to that I am.
I asked you the question. No, I don't know whether you're biased or not. I know that you have an interest. But whether you're biased in this matter,
you too, like every other person here.
Well, I'm a citizen of River State, yes, so I have an interest.
Of course,
the welfare of the state is my interest.
Thank you very much.
But my question is this, yeah? Is there a distinction in River State? Since you pointed to River State as a case in point, is there a distinction in River State between political and bureaucratic?
Thank you very much, Jaris.
What's the distinction?
The distinction is that, for instance, the dissolution, did it affect the permanent secretaries who are career civil servants? No, it did not. It only affected political appointees.
Okay, so if that be the case, right? You dissolve them. Why did you replace some of them?
Now listen.
No. If the permanent secretaries were capable, if permanent secretaries were capable of running the show, why did you replace some of them?
Thank you very much. Let me answer you now. If you ask, allow me to answer you. Is there a permanent secretary in the commission, in the RISEC commission? Is there a permanent secretary?
In RISEC?
Yes.
Was there a need to dissolve RISEC?
No, you allow me to answer now.
No. Does dissolving RISEC?
You say
my question is
now.
No. Does dissolving RISEC amount to political or bureaucratic infraction?
Kelly, see, don't bring him some logic of confusion. But let us face. No, hold on. No, of course. Let us face the fact that it has to do with running of government. This man dissolve political appointees that will sabotage his role as a sole administrator of the state.
The first question I asked was taken from what Abbas had said. The role of the sole administrator is to provide basic governance,
and he's doing that.
Basic governance.
You asked me, and I answered
and
you.
So far,
you asked me a question, and I gave you the answer.
It is your answer that is raising more curiosity for me. You said in Rivers State, we cannot separate political from bureaucratic.
You say so, or I say so?
But that's what you said.
I said we will separate them. I said they are separated.
Okay, they are separated.
Of course, I say so.
Give us an instance.
And that is why.
No, give us one instance where they are separated.
I now ask you when I said, did the man suspend or ask any PAM sec to leave his office? I asked you.
And I asked you the same question.
Because they are career civil servants.
So if that be the case that he did not do that to any civil servant, any permanent secretary,
yes,
why not allow them run the ministries?
Are they not running the ministries? Do we have commissioners today? Are they not running the ministries?
We have to go for the names.
No, of course. That is you see this question now.
We have to we have
to go for the
names. Why do they not?
After the news, please.
Local government is a government.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress APC, Senator Bashiru Ajibola, says the economic reforms of President Bola Tinubu have been yielding positive results. Bashiru, who was guest on a television program, said food inflation was gradually reducing while the removal of fuel subsidy and flotation of the Naira had provided resources for the development of infrastructure. Upon resumption of office in May 2023, President Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidy, a decision that did not go down well with many Nigerians as it led to the increase in the pump price of petrol and the cost of living. However, the APC National Secretary said in terms of performance, the food inflation that was very high at the inception of this administration is gradually coming down. Meanwhile, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has announced that Nigeria's inflation rate increased to 24.23% in March after months of respite. The NBS announced the increase in its Consumer Price Index CPI for March. The new rate indicates an upward movement from the 23.18% reported in February. The report added that food inflation rate stood at 21.79% in March on a year-on-year basis. It's the first time Nigeria's CPI increased after its rebase in January 2025. Recall that in February, the Monetary Policy Committee paused interest rates at 27.50%. This means the MPC will need to decide whether to further hold interest rates or increase them. Kano State High Court has reserved ruling in the high-profile case involving the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, and 7 others who are facing 8-count charge bordering on bribery, misappropriation, and diversion of public funds. The case instituted by Kano State government lists Ganduje, his wife Hafsat, Umar, Abubakar, Bawuro, Umar, Jubrila, Mohammed, Lamash Properties Limited, Safari Textiles Limited, and Asage General Enterprises Limited as defendants. When the case came up for hearing, the legal teams for all defendants presented various preliminary objections challenging the jurisdiction of the court and filed applications for extension of time. On the other hand, the prosecution led by Adeola Adedipe maintained that the defense applications lacked merit. Presiding over the case, Justice Amina Adamu Aliyu granted the application for an extension of time and reserved ruling on the preliminary objections. The court's eventual decision on jurisdiction is expected to determine if the trial will proceed or be dismissed at this stage. On the foreign scene, Chinese security officials say they had implicated 3 U.S. secret agents in cyber attacks during February's Asian Winter Games in the northeastern city of Harbin, offering a reward for information on the alleged spies. Harbin police released a statement on Weibo accusing 3 U.S. National Security Agency agents of attacks on key information infrastructure. China's computer virus watchdog said this month it had recorded more than 270,000 foreign cyber attacks on information systems related to the 9th Asian Winter Games in Harbin, the capital of a province, held from February 7 to the 14th. Attacks targeted the event's information release and entry-exit management systems, as well as card payments and local infrastructure between January 26 and February 14, it said. The watchdog said 2/3 of those attacks came from the United States. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The Hand of God Ministries, aka Prayer Zone, invites you to our Holy Ghost services every Sunday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and every last Friday of the month by 5 p.m. for End of My Problem service, ministering under the unction of the Holy Ghost, Prophet Fred Ekwe. Every impossibility is possible in the Hand of God Ministries through the name of Jesus Christ. Come and you will be highly blessed. For more information on our programs and counseling, call on 0813-717-3129, 0703-012-4018. Behind Choba Police Station by the Berkins Hotel, River State. Jesus is Lord.
Vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal oil bunkering are devastating crimes that threaten our economy, ravage our environment, and undermine our very way of life. These destructive acts pose a direct threat to our nation's prosperity, stability, and future. But together we can combat these crimes, safeguard our oil and gas resources, and ensure a brighter future for all Nigerians. Please report suspicious activities to the authorities. Call 0707-645-8423 or 0707-645-6575. You can send an email to info@tantita.com. Visit our office at number 1 Refivia Close off Agbamu Road, DDPA, Ogbodikoko, Uvia Local Government Area, Delta State. Let's work together to protect our oil and gas assets and build a brighter future. This message is from Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Engineer Emmanuel in the studio, Information Illuminator and Business Development Coach in our studios. Welcome, sir.
Good, beautiful morning.
Good to have you here.
How you doing?
I'm all right. And
Super
you?
excited today.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You bring a lot of energy to the studio.
Yes.
Which is good.
And I love the way you're looking.
Oh, my
you're
God.
Looking good.
Oh, my God.
And
Thank
it's a good
you.
business, you know.
Thank you.
Looking good, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how was Tuesday, Wednesday?
No, Tuesday.
Tuesday, Thursday.
Tuesday,
So
tomorrow.
Thursday,
yeah.
that's tomorrow.
Yeah, yesterday was amazing. You see, the response that I'm getting from people is energy. Is the result of my energy.
Okay.
The thing is so amazing. Somebody came for the pay session yesterday, and it was like when I was talking, it was glued to my eyes. As in the way the guy was staring at me, I was not comfortable. I will talk. He was just staring, like without blinking. I said, I said, sir, any problem? He said, you don't understand what you are doing. You don't understand what you are doing. I said, what is this, sir? He said, one of my friends have been telling me exactly what you are saying now. And so when I'm hearing it from a Nigerian, he's backing me up. And you are more detailed. I said, really? Is he a white man? He said, yes. I said, wow. I said, I'm honored, sir. He said, look, you are doing, I will go all out with you. So the guy actually he summarized my presentation for the pay session until that was yesterday. All right, and it was amazing. I love it when I come in touch with people like that. Once in a while, you will see people that resonate so much about what you're saying, and it will spark up your conference. It's amazing. I love it. I love it.
So what do you do?
So what we do is we give information out. We take you to where the world is going. We inform you about the technology that is about that will take place. All right, like you know something about this metaverse, NFTs. And the AI, how can you dominate in this environment? That is what we are doing now. Aki has been doing it for years, telling people about YouTube, all right, telling people about Facebook, telling people how you can even leverage on the Google, this Google that you are seeing, everybody Google. And there's something behind the scene in the Google, even in the YouTube, Facebook and all of that. There's something behind the scene that can take care of your life for the rest of your life. All right. So, and this is what we give out to people. All right. And now in River State here is for free. All right. I came here on Monday to tell people about the event that will be coming up on Thursday and Saturday, a day after tomorrow. All right. And the space for Saturday, for tomorrow, is still very, very widely open. All right, I need like 30 people to fill up that tomorrow, and you are
that's a free session.
Yeah, that is a free session. All right, and you are very happy that we have that space. Okay, so you're going to be on batch B. All right, now it's going to be for me it's excitement. All right, so for you, I don't know what it is to you that you're coming to meet with me tomorrow, and I'm going to take you to your 2030. Your 2040. How do you feel about it? How do you feel knowing about the NFTs? You're going to dominate on it. Knowing about the metaverse, you will dominate. Knowing about the AI, you're going to dominate on it. And remember, Don Jazzy, I like saying this thing. Don Jazzy made a lot of money from the NFT. All right, how can you dominate? All right, Donald Trump minted his name to an NFT. An NFT was minted to Donald Trump's name, the president of America. Brad, Google it now. The world day before you. Now your pan day. Just touch something. You see all of this. All right. What is his name? Mark Zuckerberg. All right. You know Facebook. Talked about metaverse for over 3 hours. It's on YouTube. Go and watch it. Just go and watch. Just go and watch one-time fourth richest man in the whole world talking about what I'm talking now. That is presently the second richest man in the whole world talking about what I'm about telling you. All right? Don't miss getting with me tomorrow, because you're going to know this thing far before everybody.
Okay.
Just imagine you knowing about POS, and you are the first person. And see, if you have an Android phone or you have iPhone, all right, and you think it's shaking or bomb on internet, you are wasting your time, okay? There are far things that you can do with your phone. Can you get with Engineer Emmanuel? Let me expose you to all of this. All right? We need to impart our world together. We need to impart our country together. It's not every time government. There are a lot of things that you can even do for the government. This is one of them. All right? This is one of them because we are giving back to the society. All right? Like talking about AI now. Sir, do you know that an AI booked my flights? All right? Remind me that the flight will be tomorrow, the time, everything. And when it is time, he was asking me, where are you now? And I chatted. He said, okay, from this place to the place that you to your airport is going to take you so time if you are driving. All right, if you're going to take transport, it's going to take you days. If you're going to take a boat, it's going to... I mean, this word here, I don't know where this word is going, but I am happy that I'm involved. Now, the question is, are you involved? Or that everything I'm saying now is like, wow, what is this? It's like a mystery. No. Let's get in touch tomorrow, and it's going to be amazing. So this session for today is strictly for tomorrow. Saturday is fully booked. As in fully booked. So if you know that you're coming for Saturday, no, we don't have seat for Saturday. Saturday is fully booked because there's a program that took over Saturday. So Saturday we is fully booked. Don't worry, it's fully booked. So we are strictly for tomorrow, Thursday. All right. So you're going to know about NFT. You're going to know about metaverse. You're going to know about the blockchain technology.
All right. So how can they be part of it?
Now, how you can be part of this amazing conference that is coming up tomorrow? You need to WhatsApp your name, your location, and what you do presently, and just tell me I am ready for Thursday. That is tomorrow. All right. Now, if you've ever sent me a message before, please don't send any message to this phone number, or this phone, because it's a different number altogether. So you can just talk to me on that other phone that, hey, I've been hearing you on radio and all of that. But this very one is a special one. All right. I want purely people that are coming for tomorrow and be ready. I'm fully excited. That is tomorrow, and I'm going to give you one amazing app tomorrow for free. All right, whether you are part of this program or not, I'm going to give you one amazing app for free tomorrow. So for you to be part of this amazing program for tomorrow, you need to send your name, location, what you do, and I am ready for Thursday. Just activate this information for me. Send all of that on WhatsApp to this WhatsApp number 0803 531 1818. All right. If you're driving your park and all of that, and don't tell me that I got your number at the end of the program. No. This one I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you about the technology that that is about to unveil. All right, we are going to unveil it for you. So we are going to activate a lot of things for you tomorrow. Right, this time is 12 noon. That is when we are meeting tomorrow. Okay. All right, so you send your name, your location, and what you do, then I am ready for Thursday. Activate the information. Send all of that to me on WhatsApp, on this WhatsApp number 0803 531 1818. I'll repeat that number again 0803 531 1818.
All right, we're out of time. So your final word and then numbers again.
Okay, now what you should know about this life is information. Like my father used to say, my pastor used to say, he said, one piece of heavenly information have the capacity to end a lifetime of struggle. One piece of heavenly information have the capacity to end a lifetime of struggle. And he posted it everywhere. That is, my father is the person of David Biome. All right, so you see it everywhere. All right, one piece of heavenly information have the capacity to end a lifetime of struggle. And you see, Alan Oyema got information from a street boy, and that's what made him.
All right.
All right. So now you get with me tomorrow. You're going to know about the technology that we are about to unveil. All right. You know about the NFT. You're going to know about the metaverse. You're going to know about the AI. You're going to know about what you can play with in the future. The technology, they are amazing. And now you need to WhatsApp your location, your name, and what you're doing. Just say something to me on WhatsApp. Say, activate that information for me. I'm ready for Thursday. Send all of that to this very number on WhatsApp. All right, 0803 531 1818. 0803 531 1818. So don't call me and say, hey, I did not get the information. I was out of time. So you call the number at the end. Now the information is, we are telling you about the metaverse, NFT, AI, the blockchain as a whole. We are taking you to the future. Are you ready to ride with me? I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Engineer Emmanuel, for making it time to be here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
We'll return to our conversation in a moment. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, we go shock you. You go wonder, say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them, can't give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood. It's the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take. I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go put get for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
I need to ask them if I can continue. The conversation off the mic is even more intense than the one we're having on air. So we can come back. Chief, okay, I'm sure you've made your points.
We are still talking
as to the basic government functions.
Of course, I gave it to you.
Okay,
I gave it to you, and I'm happy that you understood it very, very well. I'm happy that you concurred.
No, I understood it. I understood it. Yes, appreciating it is a different thing. My job is not. My duty is not to appreciate it. My duty is not to appreciate it. It's for the listener.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Yes,
but
I understand.
Your body language here made me to understand that at least you understood everything. The rudiment of governance, how the man is playing his roles. Now that we have National Assembly, a committee inaugurated, so let's see whether there will be other things added. Because I'm sure that one of the things that the National Assembly will do now is to actually approve maybe the budget that the man will work with. Because whether I like it or not, the state still needs to have. There are infrastructural decay here and there.
You mean going back to what Tinubu said, he cannot make laws, but if he needs regulations to assist him in running the state, he has to resort to the FEC.
The National Assembly's primary power is to make law, which is the primary powers of the state House of Assembly. So now that these people have taken over, they are the only ones that have that power to make that law. If it is a supplementary budget that can help the state.
Have you thought about it that the money he's spending, where did he get it from?
That's what I'm saying. Has he spent, apart from maybe the basic
he's paying salaries.
All those ones. That is why there is need for there to be a budget.
That's the basic.
No, that one that he has got, how did he get it? Okay, that's the basic.
No, it's
how did Fubara get it? The one that he was running before they came in.
But except there is a political definition.
No, there was a budget that Fubara inherited.
That was in 2024, the purported budget by Oko Jumbo.
No, there was.
In 2025, there was no budget.
One moment, sir.
Okay.
What you're saying is not wrong.
Thank you. God bless you. When
Fubara emerged as governor, there was a budget that was still running.
Yes.
When he continued in 2024, right? Which was the first year before the crisis started.
Yes.
The Constitution allows him to run for 6 months without a budget.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And then came the 2024 budget.
Yes.
Albeit the Supreme Court has said what it has said.
Yes.
But I just needed to establish its premise.
Yes. So which may be what is also happening.
No, because if in his case, the Supreme Court said you do not have a budget, you are running the state the way you are running the state. CBN, stop every release of funds to River State until a budget is prepared.
That judgment was based on accumulation of what has transpired in 2024 to 2025.
Okay, this is not your interpretation of the judgment of the Supreme Court.
It is an embodiment of all that has happened. But the sole administrator just resumed about 1 month plus now,
and he
has the powers because the fiscal year is also from January. Okay. The general budget expired in December, so from January to June. You can do the basic things.
As what? Sole administrator as what? He has the powers as what? As given to him by the Constitution. What powers?
Of course, yes, through state of emergency. It's constitutional. Very, very constitutional.
Mr. Dokubo, let me take your views on basic governance. You're supposed to, the words of Abbas, this is not Kelly's words, Abbas, the sole administrator is supposed to provide basic governance until democratic institutions can return. I would imagine that RISEC is a democratic institution.
With political appointees.
No, but I would imagine that RISEC is a shining example of a democratic institution.
He has reappointed now.
Is it his duty if the speaker says basic governance until?
That's basic.
Okay, sir.
Well, the definition, as it were, of basic governance now would be subjective. I guess that's why we're having what we're having. When you say basic, somebody will ask what is basic, and then for Okere, basic may be different.
It includes dissolving the boards,
everything,
making sure that saboteurs are removed.
It's still basic.
Okay.
Then for Opaka,
then I'm wondering what a true full-blown administration would actually be, governance would actually be, if what we're seeing is happening here is just basic. But beyond telling or giving the directive, as it were, I'm wondering at this particular point in time, who actually Ibas is listening to, who is actually taking this thing from. He was given a brief from the beginning. He was sworn in and given his terms of reference by whatever the National Assembly did. The presidency at this particular, I'm wondering whether the presidency had actually asked him let's not even forget the fact that this is a military man.
No, he's a retired.
Yeah, military background.
He's all true and true. A military man.
Military background.
As a military man.
He's no longer military.
He's retired now, but the military is in his blood now.
They could have looked for anybody else. Why did you have to bring somebody from?
Who is his chief of staff?
All of them are military.
Yes.
So, at the material time, this is somebody from a background where it's obey the last command. And the last command he had was from his commander-in-chief. And that one he's running with. I don't know whether he has gotten another command from that source or from that authority.
But in his broadcasts, in his maiden broadcasts, he acknowledged what the National Assembly had done. So if he acknowledged what the National Assembly had done with their voice votes, it would simply suggest to us that he recognizes the authority of the National Assembly.
No, he did.
Because if
when
they
they
had
paid him a visit, he did.
Because if they had done otherwise, he said he wanted their support, that he needs their support in getting some of the things he needs done.
They paid him a visit.
He was also aware that his commander-in-chief took the matter to the National Assembly. So don't. Okay. He's aware. And his commander-in-chief took it there. So the question is, at that material time, and he was sworn in and given a clear directive as to go and do this. So at the material time, I'm wondering whether his commander-in-chief has actually now told him, you can now deal with the National Assembly. We will see in the coming days. Because he came in and he didn't wait for the National Assembly, because they amended it and said you are going to take recourse to us. How many of his appointments?
Clearly stated that.
They clearly did. How many of his activity, of his actions and inactions, of his actions so far, suggest that he actually he needs to recourse to them? It didn't appear that. It has not appeared so. So we will see going forward. Now, do you know, when you talk about this basic governance, and when the issue of sole administratorship came and then people were wondering, somebody asked me, so how is he going to get money to, now that Supreme Court has said, how is he going to get money to administer the state? My innocent, I don't know whether even naive response was that, no, now, federal government knows how they do this thing. They will just, federal government will look for somewhere and give him small money, if at least for salaries he can pay without touching the River State allocation, because it has to be somewhere. And then they will continue to run. Maybe at the end of his tenure, they will look at how much he had spent, and when eventually that money is released, they can take it at source and give back to wherever they got it from.
This one, they're releasing the allocation.
My dear, and then just a matter of 2 or 3 days later, what he said to me, what he said now,
the money has been released.
That he has gotten the allocation. I looked stupid. I didn't understand. So we're talking about basic governance, and for me, what he has done, I don't see how that is basic. I've uprooted everything that is.
What do you think basic should have been? Pay salaries, at least keep the government running.
The primary responsibility of government is a basic primary responsibility: security salaries, and probably clearing debts in the all of those things. Those are basic. Not like statutory bodies where you go and approach them.
Kelly, you were having the other discussion. See, for me, I would have thought that basic would only mean that oversee and supervise these institutions or
existing institutions.
You don't need to touch them. The moment, mind you, the moment anybody is aware that a new sheriff is in town and is asking you, whatever you do, please let me see what you have done, things will ordinarily change.
Even if not 100%.
There is no way you're going to behave as if you will now do something against for your political party, or you will do this one. There is no political party now. The man is saying, see, you know how ordinary listening is going to work here. That is what I want to see. You have a new sheriff in town. You have a new, a head in town, and you must comply. Not necessarily pulling you out of sacking that. Why do you need to? Look at the local government administration. That was what I was thinking when you said basic this thing. That's okay, fine. Heads of local government administration, please handle these matters.
He had meetings with them now. He had a meeting with them.
What is it that they're not competent to do? What is the local government administration doing that these people who have been part of it can't do? That you need a sole administrator over them now.
Head of service would have as well been taking over the state.
Sir, nobody interjected when you made your point. Please, sir, please.
Thank you.
Let them have this.
Because he endorsed your point too.
So the basic would have meant that fine, let these institutions be there and then just be running without political interference or political leanings, and let them run as they ought to run. Later, when things are settled and eventually full political structure is restored, they can continue to do what they want.
So you're thinking
that would have even benefited, for me, that would have even benefited Rivers people more because they would have seen a difference. Governance, there would have been proper governance, as it were, just as we saw a difference between Fubara and the Wiki. And one will now know, okay, fine, there are certain privileges that we ordinarily, that is even statutory, that are rights that we didn't get, now we're getting. And we now know there's a difference. It would have just set a new template for governance in River State. But to now say that you will completely remove these people, even people who have tenured office, statutory offices, and then, like we said, to even the traditional rulers' council. You just and you say that is basic.
Let me even ask her. Let me ask you a final question, and then I'll go to Mr. Momo.
Don't even go to that last council.
The appointment of the board, is it the board for RESEC, a chairman and members for RESEC? It's supposed to require legislative approval.
Of course. I think those ones will report to.
Okay, after he has done the appointment.
Yes, he needs to do an appointment before
National Assembly will screen them.
Then before the House of Rep committee
okay. Before then,
Yes.
Okay. I can't confirm that they've assumed duties yet.
No,
I can't
they've
confirm.
been sworn in.
Okay. Oh, they have been sworn in.
No, I don't mean. I'm talking about House of Rep.
No, that's what
the committee has been sworn in.
I mean for RESEC.
No, I don't think they will never take any step. No, they will have to go through screening from the committee.
So, which means that as part of basic governance, you can conduct local government election.
Is that basic governance?
Okay. Mr. Momo.
No, like I said, sir, except probably maybe if you have a political definition to what is basic. What is basic is basic. By the time now take RESEC for example. Is a tenured appointment, ratified not by the State House of Assembly. It's been there before Fubara came in.
The 9th Assembly.
Why then do you have to uproot the man? Why? Because you see, if this man had come and people say, okay, the president wanted peace and all, and he's actually doing this and that and bringing people that you and I probably might not even know on board. But today, go to the street and sample opinions. People are saying that he's taken from one party who were hitherto denied by the legitimate governor of the state, and he's putting them in power. So you are now eroding that confidence of why he came. That's one. Two, what is it about the committee that no one wants to appoint any committee? But we thought that a committee will come and kickstart the peace process. So what is delaying that committee? Whether by the National Assembly or by the executive or by anyone who is responsible to so do. What is happening?
Are you really expecting one?
Yes, I was expecting because the National Assembly, remember, they clearly mentioned it when they were ratifying this state of emergency. So now we are 1 month away, 4 months plus to go. No committee, nothing to say. This is the stage where we have got into. So the question for me to now ask is, where are we headed with the emergency rule? Where are we headed? Okay.
So, Kelly, you were talking about this basic thing. Does basic also include, preparing a budget? Does it sound like basic?
No, because there's no budget in the state in the first place. There was no budget in the state.
But mind you, budget would have a component of recurrent and capital votes.
A lot of things.
And then, so what else? What else? When somebody has a budget and you're doing capital projects, you're doing everything. So
except maybe there's an emergency money to be approved.
Basic is about just recurrent expenditure.
Chief.
No, Chief, go ahead.
Because I don't want to be accused of interjecting again. So the thing is that, you see...
No, I won't interject you.
No, you're a senior man now, you can't do that. So what I was trying to... See, when I was talking before, you tried to bring that alert him. You see, you made mention of traditional rulers here today, that the man also dismantled the leadership of traditional rulers, and whether it was also political. I say, yeah, it was political. If it wasn't political, Governor Singh wouldn't have removed Sergeant Awuse.
Did he give a reason? Did he give a reason?
What was the reason?
Nobody did give a reason.
I didn't. That wasn't the reason.
There was no reason.
Yeah, of course.
No, he said his tenure had expired.
How? How many? What is the tenureship of?
He said his tenure had expired.
It is not true. How many years did the man from Opobo stay in office?
Well, we don't know.
How many years?
We don't know if Governor Wike at the time extended his tenure.
Thank you. Which means it was a political appointment.
No,
that lies on the man who has the responsibility to appoint. Can also remove.
Okay, so
it is the state government that appoints whomever that is the chairman. Ordinarily, it's supposed to be an election of.
Are you okay with a sole administrator assuming the authority of a governor and acting in its absoluteness that way?
You're asking me whether I'm okay with a sole administrator?
Yes. Are you okay with a sole administrator? Someone who is stepping in a temporary position to perform a temporary assignment, acting as though he's there for the long haul.
He is there to carry out the responsibility which the governor ought to have carried.
So if that be the case, he's not performing basic governance then?
Well, you see, I don't know what... You see, definition of basic here, borrowing the words of Opaka here, is subjective. As far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm not even going by Opaka. I'm going by what you said.
I'm the one going by what he said now.
No, recall that you were the first person to speak on basic governance. You were the first person to speak on it. And I asked you, how do we define basic governance? You mentioned those things. And I've asked you again about a sole administrator. You clearly said that the sole administrator is supposed to do what a governor should do.
Of course.
In other words, his functions are not just solely about basic governance. He can not fire. He can conduct elections. He can move through. Now that we're hearing that you can no longer suspend or remove local government chairman, he can move through councillors to suspend the local government chairman. He can perhaps begin to have political associations to say, come, let's form a political party. What is our party doing? Put a flag behind you. Because that's what a governor is supposed to do. Isn't that correct?
You see, that is why I still maintain that it is subjective. It is based on the way you understand it. The man who is the sole administrator came with terms of reference to carry out those functions that the governor ordinarily ought to have carried. And you ask me here, what are those basic governance? And I told you that you must, as a matter of fact, make sure that there is security in the state. That of welfare. I say so here. And how do you do all these things? If I use yourself and myself to set an example, that if I was a former person and I have my men everywhere occupying political offices, and you come in, it will not be convenient for you to carry out some of those functions if you don't dismantle them. If Governor Fubara likes, when he come back as a governor, if he like, he should bring back all those people. That is for him.
So nothing. The sole administrator could not have allowed them to continue doing what they were doing, because it didn't seem like there were any hindrance to his government.
No, they were.
No, I said it didn't seem.
How?
So let me not.
It is him that he knows the reason why he started to say
the sole administrator has he been in this town for 1 month?
If you want a day is enough for you to know some persons that will be a hindrance to your smooth
the pronouncement of the president was on March. The pronouncement of the president was on March 18. He did not resume until almost 4 days after.
It's not even up to a month.
Yes, no, he didn't resume.
Did
1 month.
Did the sole administrator dismantle the political appointees immediately he arrived? Didn't it take up to 2 weeks? It took up to 2 weeks before he did that.
If the sole administrator is supposed to perform the functions of the governor, like you have said,
yes,
then his role is contrary to what the House of Rep has said. Could that be correct?
What are you not taking the powers of the House of Rep Speaker or the committee who clearly thinker than that which the president have said?
The president in his proclamation referred to the National Assembly.
Yes.
The National Assembly, by an act of parliament, affirmed what the president has done, making it valid for the sole administrator to continue to remain in office.
Yes.
While they carried out the actions that they did, they spelled out conditions.
Yes.
Right?
As they provide basic government.
No, that he reports to them. It's at that level that they will do the backdoor communication between.
Let us wait
until
National Assembly will complain that the man is overstepping his boundaries.
No, it's the very reason. No, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, Agwese, already said it. When he first floated the idea of a budget, Agwese says, you don't have rights to do this. You are not appointed to do. Agwese said it. It's a public record.
He should just spend money.
Agwese said you don't have rights to do this. You are supposed to resort to the National Assembly before you can do this. Now they have. The Speaker said.
There's a committee now.
The Speaker said your duty is basic governance. You have said he's supposed to do everything that the governor is supposed to do. Clearly, the Speaker just doesn't have the correct brief on what they said the sole administrator is supposed to do as sole administrator of Rivers State.
Can I ask you a question?
You know how to answer questions.
Oh, this one you will answer.
Yeah.
The question,
I'll answer for you.
The question now is, now that there is a committee from the National Assembly, who prepares the budget that the committee will look into?
Well, who set the terms of reference for the committee? The Speaker read out the terms of reference to them.
So the Speaker will prepare budget for the state?
No, the question you're asking me is that the committee now will somewhat be stronger than the Speaker. The Speaker said the terms of reference to the members of the committee.
No, that is not
and he also told the members of the committee, don't forget that you're not on your own. You are supposed to report back to us, the extended house, the full house.
You see, Kelly, you're coming back to my argument before. When I told you that what makes a government is these institutions that makes up a government. And it is these institutions that are being manned by persons either from political appointment or from the regular routine bureaucratic institutions. Okay. I say so here. And this man have said, you people that are from political side of it that will pose as a problem to me, please step aside.
This is classic deflection, but I understand it.
Kelly,
so I'd like to move on to the next issue.
Kelly, let's understand one thing. When the Speaker says, look, what you ought to perform is basic governance, I guess he knows what he's talking about. We are in a constitutional democracy. This is democracy, and it is the rule of law. And the Constitution is a ground law. Now, if the sole administrator goes ahead to perform the full functions of a governor, sooner or later, we're likely to run into a constitutional crisis. If he is going to sign something like maybe a CFO, and the Constitution says it's a governor that ought to sign, and here a sole administrator goes ahead to sign, someday that thing appears somewhere and somebody says, no, this is
not known.
This is not known to the Constitution. You see where we're going to have some crisis.
Have you heard the spokesperson of the president say that the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State is an extraordinary step? So the realities in Rivers State is extraordinary at these times.
That is what I'm saying. So it ought to be limited to certain things. That's why they say basic governance. Just do that and leave the others. Because correct. Otherwise you will create problems in the future. Well, because things will no longer synchronize with the Constitution.
Let's see if the House of Reps. Let's see if they will do anything now.
Now that the COO signed by military administrators in 80s, are they not valid?
But that was a military rule. That was a clear military rule.
Constitutional.
That was a clear military rule. Chief Okere, I'm surprised I even cited this. That is quite surprising. But nonetheless,
the military administrator performs the function of a governor.
In a military rule,
the entire constitution is suspended.
President Tinubu even said our constitution is not suspended.
Yes.
So if you want to make any regulations, you can't make new laws. But if you want to make regulations, the president said so. Anyway, Fubara has not sought forgiveness. Wike replies to Tompolo. People are in court. Fubara has not sought forgiveness. Wike replies to Tompolo. Tompolo, that was at the weekend, had said just because he's been silent doesn't mean that he has betrayed his people. He will never betray his people. They are working behind the scenes to reconcile Wike and Fubara. Fubara would be back in power. He was assuring the people. Larry Olainka has come out to say, well, if you don't beg for forgiveness, what do you want Wike to forgive? What do you want Wike to forgive? Are we still at this point? Or we've passed this stage? Chief Okere.
Yes, you see, let me first of all, even though I don't hear all the language that Tompolo was speaking, though there was an interpreter, because I watched that review. So based on what was interpreted in the brief video I watched, I want to commend Tompolo. He spoke like a leader. He didn't speak to favor Fubara or Wike. He was at the middle. He spoke like somebody who wants peace in Rivers State. The few ones I had, he didn't threaten anybody. He only said that, look, when these men struck their deal, you and I, we are not there. It was not an Ijo deal. It was not an Ikwere deal. It was not, they had an agreement. Therefore, Fubara is the governor of Rivers State, and whatever that is their problem or what that may have happened, that they will work behind the scene to make sure that Fubara returns to office. He said all those things. I was happy the way he sounded. So for me, I'm still believing that, because to be very honest to you, Kelly, let me say this. To be very honest to you, I voted. I was one of the delegates who voted for Fubara during the primary election. Fubara was not known to me. I do not know him. Even in the hall of that day we did the election, I don't know him. I have not heard the name before. I'm just telling you the truth. This is a confession. Though he was there, many people know him. I do not know him. Since I started playing politics, I don't know him. Surprisingly, that day, it was my party chairman, through the man who is our senator today, Senator Owen, that said, gentlemen, come on, this is our decision. We politicians, we follow instructions in most cases.
You don't have a will.
What?
You don't have your own will.
Not when it comes to party things. Party is party. Party interest cover the interest of everybody.
No, party interest. Was it party interest or somebody's interest?
It was party's interest. Leadership of the party that said this and that. It was a party interest.
Which of the leadership?
It was party interest. Leave it like that. Don't just ask.
Are you? So I can't ask questions.
No. You have asked. I've answered you. It was a party interest. So that party interest.
But you're a party man.
Yes, I'm a party man.
You're a party man. So if you felt one candidate had a better, was better in terms of capacity to deliver governance, why did you vote for that party?
Listen, let me tell you. I had somebody in mind that ordinarily I will vote for. But as a party man, you must have a broad mind to begin to dance to the tune of your party. So, because even if I had voted for that man that was my own candidate that day, it will not make any change, because the majority has democracy.
But at least your conscience will be clear that you
your conscience
will be clear that you voted for the person whom you believe had the capacity to deliver.
That clear conscience will not benefit me politically.
Did you hear Jason Wike say? Did you hear Jason Wike say recently that when he was nominated as the candidate of the party, he said he didn't want it. And he said, give it to the Commissioner for Finance.
Kelly, you see,
but you know that Jason Wike said so.
Listen, let me tell you, I'm talking to you now as a politician, and I'm also trying to tell you that those who voted for Atiku in Aso Rock and in Eagle Square, when Tambuwa stepped down, did not plan to come and vote for Atiku. They planned a different thing. But when Tambuwa said, my people, those who have planned to vote for me, please go and vote for Atiku, the game changed. So you should have that at the back of your mind. So me, I had a candidate I have in mind. If there was an opinion to say go and vote, I had somebody that was known to me politically in Rivers State. that even if the person had come to me to campaign or not, I will cast my vote to him. But the party, the state, the resolve that, look, let us go this way. I cannot go differently. So the point I'm trying to make here is that I do not know who Fubara is for the first. I never knew him until that day, and I voted for him. He emerged at the end of the day. Some other persons also voted for Kamalo, some voted for George Kelly, some voted for other candidates, others stepped down. Do you understand me? So Fubara came to power. Whatever that made other persons to insist that he will be that day, I do not know, was not part of the deal. Now, I'm just trying to relate it to what Tom Polo have said. Now, he emerged. 2 months down the line, 2 months, the whole thing broke down.
Was it 2 months?
Yes, of course. The third month was the manifestation of what has been playing, what was happening.
Building.
Yes. The third month just, it manifested. So, the whole thing, the whole table turned around. I was like, what has happened? Even if...
Is it not 6 months?
No. The election was, we did the election May now. He was won in May 27. October, the whole thing.
That's almost 6 months.
3 months.
June, July, August, September. That's more than 3 months.
Okay, 5 months.
Yeah, something like
No, but a lot of things started happening.
We started hearing rumors.
Not even rumors. So many things started happening before that October. The main thing that broke the camel's back was the assembly.
I know that the drama started somewhere around his 100 days in office. His first 100 days in office.
Which is 3 months.
I heard that. Yes, the drama actually started.
Yes. So what I'm trying to establish here is that all these things happened, we never knew. So, and that is why Tom Polo, I guess, said they are going to work behind the scene to correct whatever. I am not happy that as a party person, we worked. Kelly, do you know the most painful thing is that it will be very painful that you supported a candidate, win election, and you had oppositions somewhere who even wanted to, if possible, take your life during election day. 2, 3, 4, 5 months down the line, that man who wanted to kill you because of me will now be the one that will begin to enjoy me and I will throw you away. Politically, it's a serious thing.
Okay, so let's come back to Leroy Lika's statement.
So his statement that he said that
apologized.
Thank you very much. So, politically speaking, Fubara is junior to Wike.
Okay.
I mean, naturally speaking, man to man, Fubara is junior to Wike. Politically speaking, Wike is Fubara's Oga, that he has made us to know that he's his Oga. So even if Fubara is right here 100% and he wants peace, just like we are a husband and wife had issues, no matter how offensive your husband is, your caseman will always say, okay, go and tell your husband. If I in my place, they tell to go and buy one strong cock to go and tell your husband sorry, because he may have said a lot of things. So to tell your husband sorry.
That soup goes sweet.
Very, 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 very well. So Fubara is the one now. In fact, before this thing started happening, I said Governor Fubara is the one that has everything to gain if there is peace. He is also the one to have everything to lose if there is no peace. I say so.
My question is, haven't we gone past the point of going to ask for forgiveness?
No, we haven't.
We have not gone past.
See, let me tell you, the Wike I know, that is my own answer, is personal. The Wike I know is one who has always easily forgiven his opponents. I can give you instances even here. Wike I know. I know, and I have that belief that if Governor Fubara suspended can forget about ego, forget about whatever anybody will tell him, knowing that he has a mandate, Rivers State gave him a mandate as a governor, step up today to say, that thing that brought me and Wike that nobody knew when we came together, let me jettison every other thing, let me go and make peace with this man. Let him go first and let me, like Wike said, to hell. The word will also say something. To err is human, and to forgive is divine.
Okay.
So there is not late at all. After all, we're not talking about dead people here. We're talking about people that are living. A lot of things have been said for and against each other. Not worse than what Tinubu said against Buhari before now, or what Buhari said against Tinubu before now, or what any other politician said against any other person that are working together today. So Nigeria is a place where politicians can throw tantrums of any kind. But tomorrow, you imagine El-Rufai is the one coming to condemn Tinubu administration to say it's the worst. El-Rufai of all persons. So that is to tell you that if Governor Fubara should bring down his ego and move, knowing that these same persons you are fighting with today are the people that made you governor.
Okay.
Whether he like it or not, I think Rivers State will wake up one morning and see two of them shaking hands together and say, everybody, let's make the state great again.
Okay, we have to go for the news. When we come back, I'll take the views of Mr. Momo and Opaka Dokubo. And then we'll go to some other issues. Please stay with us. It's Today 95.1. Good morning.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The federal government has declared Friday, April 18 and Monday, April 21st as public holidays to mark Good Friday and Easter Monday. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, disclosed this in a statement at the ministry's permanent secretary, Magdalene Ajani. The minister stressed the importance of embodying the virtues of the sacrifice and love displayed by Jesus Christ, having to die for the redemption of man. Ojo also wants Nigerians to extend love and goodwill to their neighbors through acts of kindness and generosity. The minister wished all Christians a blissful Easter celebration and extended warm holiday greetings to all Nigerians. Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barao Jibrin, has commended President Bola Tinubu and the Nigerian Army for significantly reducing insurgent and kidnapping activities, claiming the president has laid a strong foundation for national prosperity. In a media statement released by his special advisor on media and publicity, Ismail Mudashir, Barao highlighted Tinubu's success in his first 2 years in office, despite contrasting concerns from Senator Orji Kalu and Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum about rising violence in the southeast and northeast. He also noted the launch of Phase 1 of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone to transform agriculture through innovation and investment, crediting Enhanced Peace for enabling such initiatives. Acknowledging ongoing challenges, Barao stated that it's not easy to rebuild a shattered building, but assured that Tinubu is patiently working toward transformation. Call for a maximum public support for the government's people-oriented and pro-masses initiatives to lead Nigeria to prosperity. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says he has the capacity to occupy the highest political office in the land. Makinde, a second-term governor and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), made this known on a television program. According to him, the 2027 election would be between Nigerians and the ruling All Progressives Congress and not a contest between the PDP and the APC. On the foreign scene, a study has found that the popularity of disposable e-cigarettes, or vapes, has fallen ahead of a UK-wide ban on their sale on June 1. Researchers believe vape users are switching to refillable and rechargeable cases in anticipation of the ban. The percentage of people aged 16 to 24 who mainly use disposable vapes has dropped by nearly half in the last year, from 63% to 35%, according to the University College London research. Overall vaping use stalled between January 2024 and 2025 in all adults over 16 after several years of significant growth. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal oil bunkering are devastating crimes that threaten our economy, ravage our environment, and undermine our very way of life. These destructive acts pose a direct threat to our nation's prosperity, stability, and future. But together we can combat these crimes, safeguard our oil and gas resources, and ensure a brighter future for all Nigerians. Please report suspicious activities to the authorities. Call 0707 645 8423 or 0707 645 6575. You can send an email to info@tantita.com. Visit our office at number 1 Refivia Close off Agbamu Road, DDPA, Oborikoko, Uvia Local Government Area, Delta State. Let's work together to protect our oil and gas assets and build a brighter future. This message is from Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. I'll go straight to Opaka Dokubo on kneeling and begging. Fubara has to beg for forgiveness. You know, the other time it was what's the name? Udeng Saradiri that said Governor Fubara should go and kneel before we can beg. Larry Olainka has come out to say, well, you have to seek for forgiveness first before you can be forgiven. Shouldn't Governor Fubara do that so that there'll be peace? Isn't you're taking your time to answer? You had?
I'm really taking my time to answer because I am a Rivers person.
Okay.
And whatever they are doing at a personal level, that's all right. They can do that at their personal level. But if they're going to do anything that will affect me, that I know, like somebody that is my governor, and the one that I should defer to, the one that I should give all the regard and the respect and whatever is of his demands, the one that I know that the office should carry some level of authority and dignity. When you sound this thing in the public like this, the governor should go and beg one person. I don't know what he's begging for.
That person made him
I don't know what he's
so
begging
to say.
for. That's not so much of my problem, my business. I know that I have a governor, and he should be the number one person. And if anybody in Rivers State, I expect that the entire Rivers people should defer to that one, because he is today the governor. So that's why I say, privately they can do whatever they want to do, or to bring it in the public and then make me have this sense that my governor is, he shouldn't, whatever they're going to do, probably they can do it indoors. I mean, we must not even see images of them. So my governor is prostrating somewhere looking already. Then I, citizen, what will I then see? If there's any authority that is higher than the governor in River State, let me know. So that we'll know how to, all of us should now begin to know how to respond and behave towards that. Well, you see, I don't have a problem with people reconciling if you have issues. Please do. Our Bible encourages us to live with peace, to live in peace with all men, as long as it depends on you. As much as it depends on you. As much as it depends on you. That will probably also mean that sometimes it does not even depend on you.
Okay.
So, two parties are involved. And when Okere talked about a woman, whatever happens between a man and a woman, and then this one, the woman should go out. Which are we serious? Are these people created by the same God? Are we all of a sudden one now is completely God to another?
Let me plead with you. I have to go for a commercial break that I missed.
Please do.
We're back. A message from Peaks Global. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Hello everyone, I've got guests in the studio and you're about to be equipped with very credible information that can aid your finances. So I've got Mr. Ako Daniel, the financial expert from Pips Global, Nigeria, correct?
Yes.
I've also got Mr. Emmanuel Ihoma, a digital asset analyst from Pips Global as well. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel, tell us, what is Pips Global Trading Company all about?
All right, thank you, Port Harcourt people. Like some persons already know, Pips Global Trading Company is a first-class indigenous academy that equips people, mentor them, train them on how to be able to profit daily from the digital asset market. When we talk about the digital market, we talk about the world's largest money market. The world's largest money market is Forex. Like we all know, Forex does a whooping of $6.3 trillion every single day. That's a whole lot of opportunity there. And we tell people, we said any industry with such massive potential, it has its own risk. And that's why we tell people that Forex trading is not something that you go to watch YouTube videos and learn how to draw some lines and you think you can be able to profit consistently from such markets. Such a complex market need you to be in a community of traders, need you to be in an academy so that you can be actually mentored rightly and be given the right tools and the right equipment to be able to profit from such markets. And that's what Pips Global comes in. Pips Global now gives you this mentorship, gives you this training, gives you this support for you to profit daily from the digital asset market.
Wonderful. It's interesting to hear you outline all of that, Mr. Dan. But let me ask you this. What are the tools that makes Pips Global stand out amongst other companies as well?
Yeah, for example, we are always doing this, and we have been doing this for going a decade now, and we tell people, we said we have the right tools to help you make some good profit. That's one of the things I'm going to re-emphasize on, that we have some good tools that actually can help you profit from this market. Now, one of our tools is the daily trading signal. Now, how about you learning in a community? You learn in a community whereby you are getting a daily support where people are there analyzing the trade 24/7, every single minute, every single day, just for people in that community to be able to be profiting. That's one of our tools. Our daily trading signal helps you that the moment you are in our community, you get our daily trading alert, and all you just need to do is copy and paste it. The moment you do the copy and pasting, that's all. Like some person says, how do I do a copy and paste? And then we says, how do you do a copy and paste on your WhatsApp. It is as simple as that.
That's simple.
That's simple. Wow. And all you need to do is now cross your leg, go about your daily activities while you see what the masters have got in store for you. And that's just one of our tools. Another of our tools is the PGTA system, the one that we launched the last week. And it was massive. Like I said, over the years, we have been looking for a way that Pips Global community traders can actually trade almost with zero risk in the market. Because one of the things scaring some people off the market, some enthusiasts of the market, is because of these guys are scared of losses. So we said, how can we help people to be able to trade on a zero risk? We discovered the T&T scalping strategy, but that didn't give us enough, like 100% of our expectation. So what we did was to discover the PGTA system. The PGTA system allows you to trade on a zero risk account. Listen carefully, we have a demo account, and that demo account is where you trade and you don't get to be able to withdraw your profit when you profit.
Yes, sir.
But this one is totally different. The PGTA account enables you to be able to withdraw when you make your profits. It is massive. Now we are shouldering your risk, and you are leveraging on our own account, and that's one of the things we also offer. We have the support system, of course, where we have physical classes, conducive environment for learning, and this is not just in Port Harcourt. We have it in Abuja, we have it in Lagos and some other states, and we have our online academy all going every single day. People are learning online after work. They have been engaged and they get to know each other and also know their instructor and a mentor. So a whole lot of tools that we have that I won't be able to mention, totally here.
Okay, so Mr. Dan, there's a lot you have going on.
Exactly.
And there's a lot for people to benefit from, especially in this season of financial crunch where people need to make extra money. So if you're listening, this is your opportunity to latch onto something big and make some extra money for yourself.
Absolutely.
But Mr. Dan, tell me this. What is the big thing happening at Pips Global tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow is actually going to be massive. One of the reasons is because we have different days of activities, and we've been able to sketch out tomorrow as a big day where we show people the possibility of winning in this market. We tell people, we said, see, opportunity, like people say that it comes but once, but we said no, it doesn't come but once, but it comes always in a different manner. So the tomorrow opportunity, you can never get it again if you get to miss it. So to everyone that is listening, we are having the PGTA system launching also like tomorrow. That PGTA system enables you to know how you can trade on a zero risk account. It is something that everybody needs to be there that tomorrow. And some persons might be saying, will I need to pay before I get access, to this event? And we tell people, we said it is totally free. Pips Global events are free. Pips Global events is just for people to take that first bold step for you to come see for yourself the possibilities. And another thing we tell people, we said that tomorrow, like for example, some persons that know already that every system that gives services on training, on mentorship, you have to pay some amount of service charges.
Yes.
But everyone that is going to be there tomorrow happens to get a promo that we are giving out tomorrow, where you get this free tuition fee, free mentorship just for those coming tomorrow. That's why it's interesting that everyone needs to be at that tomorrow's event. And for example, we just have a code. All you need to do is just SMS that code to the number I will call, and all you get is a response from our team, and they get to give you a booking or a seat reservation. The number is 0812 116 8440. SMS the word mentorship to the number 0812 116 8440. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Dan, you've given the listener an opportunity, a window of opportunity for tomorrow to come in, be part of the event.
Exactly.
And make forward movements in their finances. So let's hear from Mr. Ihoma Emmanuel, trade analyst from Pips Global. Tell us, what category of persons are expected to be at this event tomorrow?
At this meeting tomorrow, there is no limitation, there is no restriction as to who should attend this particular program. It's meant for everyone. Whether you're a farmer, you're a civil servant, you're a retiree, whether you're a market woman, so long as you can count money, you are expected to be at that event. Even the young ones are expected to be there, but so long as your up to 16 years, you can be able to attend this particular program. But majorly, you have to be 18 years and above for you to be able to trade live. But as per learning, you are expected to come to this particular program and learn Forex. Forex is real. Forex is meant for everyone.
Interesting. So, Mr. Dan, tell us, what are the details one more time, the event venue, and the code that people can send to gain access?
Okay, now let me add to buttress what he just said about the categories of persons that ought to be at that event tomorrow. Right. Now, he says it already that everyone. But do you know that as busy as medical doctors, we have a lot of them that are participating in PIPS Global Community and what we have to offer? Meaning that everyone, no matter how busy you are or you could be, technology had made life so easy. Whereby you can actually get what you desire from the comfort of your home. Wow. And it's this technology we are using to actually profit from the market. Now, talking about tomorrow and the venue is here in the city of Port Harcourt, number 136 NTA Road by location flyover. 136 NTA Road by location flyover. The moment you SMS the word mentorship to this number 0812 116 8440. SMS the word mentorship, if possible, with your email address, so that you can be able to get reached through your email also. 0812 116 8440. The time is 10 a.m. And the venue, like I said, is the city of Port Harcourt, number 136 NTA Road by location flyover. Coming from NTA before the flyover, coming from Rumola before the flyover.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dan, and thank you, Mr. Nhoma, for coming through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that was a paid infomercial.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the
people. All right, we're back. Thank you all for staying with us. I will return straight to Paka Dokubo on. But my question really is: haven't we gone past the stage of going to beg for forgiveness with all that has transpired so far?
Yeah, I honestly think at this point, the issue of forgiveness, what are the sins that you are going to confess?
You betrayed your godfather now.
Well, like I said, between both of them, they will know how to resolve their matters. But if whatever they are going to resolve, I think Rivers people should be bothered about how that is going to affect them. And Fubara should know at this point that he is the one who has the destiny of the state in his hands. So if you're going to, whatever you're going to do, Rivers people have already invested their hopes, their aspirations, and they're there for you. So what shape and what form that forgiveness, that reconciliation will take, I honestly don't know. But it doesn't look good on the side of Fubara. Because as we speak, like I said, Rivers people have already taken a position, and a lot is being expected of him. So for him to go, he would actually need to really worry about the terms of that reconciliation. But on the other hand, Fubara in public, at least in public, appeared to be one who is more conciliatory, who has been, as it were, open to, and he has severally said many ways and many times he had actually gone to say to his Oga that he is. What we also do know, on the other hand, the FCT minister at every opportunity in public has said there is nothing to reconcile. And so I am wondering, this strong position this person has taken. And not just taking it and behaving differently. We have also seen, even his own lawmakers, also by action and by words, are doing exactly that. So if anybody is going to think, we're going to delude ourselves to think that there's going to be a kind of reconciliation or a resolution of this one that will now bring the both parties to be at, I don't see it. I honestly can't see it.
Okay. Mr. Momo.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the statement from Larry Olayinka as relevant?
The statement from Larry is Wike's statement. That is his official spokesperson. So whatever Larry said is what the ex-governor has said. But having said that, let me just quickly address something you were asking Chief Okere. Yes, in politics, because I went back home and I joined a political party, and in politics, there was a meeting we had on who, usually in party, it's not everybody that has an opinion that they must support. It can, no, it doesn't go that way. And it should not, because if we're a political family, it should not. Yes, there's a give and take. Yes, there's people who have other opinions. But sometimes, not to have a divided house, you can go, say, okay, you drop your ambition, you get the commissioner for this, you get the minister for this. Those things are usually like that. And once an agreement is reached, it's not all of us that must be in the room. It can't be so. And once that is done, it's now passed across at what levels, leaders and all, who then say, okay, this is what, and this is where the party is going. Now, having said that, I think this statement was in relation to what Tom Polo said. And for me, in all honesty, I'm on public radio. Tom Polo is the first Ijaw person who, for me, spoke without ethnic bias. Others have taken this crisis and looking at it with the ethnic view. Even late Chief Edwin Clark. Tom Polo is assuming the positions where he was addressing his people to say, no, it's not like because we are quiet, but be rest assured that Fubara will come back.
Let's assume he's working behind the scenes.
Yes, that they will do A, B, C, D, and he said there that you cannot say that Wike hates the Ijaw people. And so for me, that is first a ground for approaching the issues. Because when the Chief Edwin Clark led Pandev constituted and made the former governor of Akwa Ibom, I told someone, I said, it will not work. Because the man who even constituted that panel himself had taken a position. It will not say where did Pandev go? Pandev didn't go anywhere. The best place they had went to was to the president, and they came back. That was all.
And then there was a declaration of state of emergency.
Yes, that was all. That was nothing. In fact, Ankyo Briggs, who was also part of them, was angry that the president kept them waiting for a long time and all. But again, for me, these are the real issues here. In coming to a table when there are crises, we must first come with an open heart. For Larry to have said this, it then means that his principle is opened to reconciliation. No, that's for me, that's the first thing. If Wike doesn't want you know who Wike is, then Wike would have issued another statement to say.
But you know that the spokesperson can go by the body language of his principal to make a statement.
Because he has seen several things that he thinks that this is what my principal wants.
So the principal may not have expressly said, say these and these are the things you need to say.
Yes, but because the man has empowered him to speak on his behalf.
That's why I said he can look at his body language.
Yes, so I take
Olayinka's statement may be out to say that, because he did not really take the duty, the bulk to Wike's desk. He has moved it to Fubara. And he has said, yes, while Tompola has said what he has said, Fubara has to take the step. Fubara has to show that he's remorseful, he's sorry for what he has done, for Wike to forgive as the godfather. That's what he has said now. So he has not tasked Wike to do anything. He has simply taken the task to Fubara to say, if you want peace, the ball is in your court.
You know, in the conclusion of his statement was that why you are appealing to the doctor who wants to give the medication, why are you not appealing to the man
who is sick,
who is supposed to take the medication?
To take it.
Now, for me, these are the issues to speak to both parties. Like Chief Okere said, in all honesty, sir, I don't know who Fubara is. I have never heard of him until when EFCC declared him wanted among some other persons for some of 400 something billion or something.
Cash withdrawal from
that
the
was
counter.
when I heard about it. You know, in states, mostly states that who we heard of are commissioners, the governors, but you see all these career civil servants, you hardly hear about them because they play their role behind the scenes. That's when I had to read, because I know one day I was speaking. I read about her as the Accountant General of the...
A special accountant general, I might say.
In all
But
honesty,
we can agree that he was a special accountant general.
You know, whether special or not, is the Accountant General of the state.
He was special. The circumstance was quite different.
Well, so
no, but it's true.
So if we
conversation.
If we come to the table of peace, we must first remind ourselves of our history, of where we are coming from, how we got to this place, how this crisis happened. And you see, that should be what I think that the Tompolo and others who felt that they are working behind the scenes since the House of, the National Assembly and the Presidency and others are full dragging on bringing peace here or reconciliation here. First, let me start with Fubara. Fubara said it even on Channels Television, that he knelt down to plead before his boss. And for me, but the issue they didn't say, he didn't say what exactly he knelt down to beg for. And I think when you see a governor coming to public to say, this is what I did, for me, is humility. Is to say, see, before this crisis snowballed into this is what I have done, so that these things will not get to this stage. When I was watching it with my wife, when I said, the truth is, let's ask ourselves, would I kneel down before any man if I had this power? That's why I said I'm using a man, probably his humble nature. I don't know him too well, like I said. Now, having said that, he has also said certain things in the course of this crisis that I think, you shouldn't have gone this way. Where you said you have used otapiapia to kill the rats, referring to people who had helped you. I think silent. There was a day the president, the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, was being interviewed. I can't remember the station. It was still on the state of emergency that was declared. And he was saying if he hadn't done that within 48 hours, the governor of Borno State would have been removed would have been sent away by the Boko Haram guys. And so, there are certain things, don't say. Just say, sometimes because of the office that you occupy, there are certain things you should never say. Because even when we come to forgive ourselves, I'll still be looking those things you said about me. That's for Fubara. Then for Governor Wike, ex-Governor Wike, before he finished his tenure, there was a time he said, once he's done with being the governor, he has no duty, he has nothing. He said it publicly. He has nothing to do with the governance of River State. And that, for me, is running contrary
to what is happening now. Okay.
Okay, because I just want to address certain things.
I need to conclude so I can look at another story before we open the phone lines.
2 is that Wike publicly said he bought the forms for all of them. All of them, including the governor. And while we were off air, I was having a conversation with Mr. Obaka. You see, I said something that, when you want to seek for a loan of success from the devil, you must check the interest rate. Don't become successful and come and give me excuse. You must check the interest rate. What is attached to this success? Because God gives power, even devil gives. It's just that God said, look, mine comes with no burden. So, if you take a loan of success from the devil and you didn't check the interest rate, and then you now start complaining after you have become successful, then some of us will question you to say, what were the demands? What were the agreements? At what point did those agreements fail? Because for some of the persons that I have also spoken to, there are people who said, look, the local government structure was one major agreement they had. But the governor said he wanted first a caretaker committee. That was where the problem started. But none of them, whether Wike, whether the governor of Rivers State, had particularly pointed to say, this is the real issue that broke every agreement. None of them said it. They either play around issues and all of that. So, for me, what's his name now? The former vice president and his boss, it was more dirtier than this. Even the president had to write it in the book that he wrote about who the person of the kind of article is. And at the end of the day, they still came back in 2019.
Okay, so let me campaign.
So, what I want to say is that when we come to the negotiating table, we must first accept the favors we did to each other. Because we cannot tell Rivers people that Fubara was incompetent. That was why he kept him there. No, he can't say that. But the agreement reached, they have not told us, both of them. So both must come to the table with that open heart to say, okay, this is what... I'm not saying that Fubara should carry the treasury of Rivers State and hand over to anybody like people would allege. But the truth is that in crisis like this, there must be a give and take. You must release certain things. You must let certain things go.
All right. So Akwa Ibom State Governor is in the news for endorsing Tinubu for a second term. And when I listened to exactly what he said, I said to me, how many governors could... Okay, there's this... What's the name? Itu Road in Crossfire, a very bad road. And now Akpabio was complaining of that road one time in a special committee meeting with the Ministry of Works. He complained of how bad that road was, the accidents and the lives lost on that road. Apparently,
the economic importance of it.
Yes, the minister, David Mai, is making interventionist efforts to put the road in order. And Shagolo is in the center of it, high tech. So when I listened to the governor of Akwa Ibom State, he was praising and thanking David Mai for intervening. And he says, on the basis of that, he prays that Tinubu will succeed for another 4 years because someone else could come and not see that project as important and could decide to scrap it. So he wants Tinubu that has started it to complete it. That's why he's praying for Tinubu to have 2 terms. Some people have linked that to the decision of the PDP Governors Forum, kicking against coalition because they all have their own individual interests and who they support. The Labour Modu has alleged that the reason why they are doing that is because most of them, they are supporting President Tinubu. Sheyi Makinde has come out to say, well, while I believe that I have the capacity to be president of this country, I'd like to also wait and see how things will play out over time. But is it strange that an opposition governor would openly endorse the president for a second term? Or are we just living in strange times in Nigeria, as it were? Opaga Dokubo.
Okay, these are strange times indeed, and strange individuals operating.
So he really could have done what he needed to do and not endorse the president.
Operating in very strange circumstances and environment, because our political environment is actually strange. Political environment in Nigeria is actually strange. I don't know. He was not even there at the PDP Governors Forum.
No, he wasn't.
Maybe because I was expecting the Vice President's visit. I don't know, that may be it. I think the Vice President was there on Monday. I was in Akwa Ibom on Monday. But he himself has said this. His party has, I don't know whether his party has already taken a position, but we will see when his party clearly comes out with a position, whether they will align, whether he will want to align.
What kind of position?
I don't know. They are saying they're going, of course, for them, they're going into the election, they don't even want, but that is the Governors Forum.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wait for it. They will have a convention.
Well, the Governors Forum is quite influential. Is it not the lack of action from the governors that people have been lampooning them for? That the governors have been indecisive in the matters of the party. That's why the party is in the state that it's in right now.
Again, that's why I said these are strange times and we're living in a strange environment, political environment in Nigeria. Before now, it is the party that gives direction to governors.
Yeah, I agree.
So
we are past that age.
When you are now in a time when governors are the ones that will determine where the party goes and all that, this is what you get, because their interests are different. Has Akpabio to contend with, and he has interest in second tenure, and then Akpabio is there at the top, and he now knows with what is happening to Rivers State what the federal government can do. The powers of the federal government. And he is interested in his second tenure. So what is he doing? Is it self-preservation? This is strange. And this is what it is. Ordinarily, it is the party that will say, this is our position. And flog everybody into line. And you will wait for your party to speak before you take on. But as it were now, it appears everybody is on his own, and the governors feel so influential enough to say anything you want to say. And you're asking, where is the party? So, it is very strange. But he's running, he has his political life to preserve. And Akwa Ibom is also like we say, it's really not like River State. River State is where, over the years, we have seen, it's either you belong to me or I chase you out of town. And if anything, he will flog you, especially the former governor, he will flog you until you submit. And we have seen so many persons he has done it to. You may be wherever you may be, whatever you do. There are some people now some of them faint, they had bullets shot at them and all that. Today, they are there. so many strange things, but that is River State. In Akwa Ibom, incidentally, they manage their affairs in such a manner that successive administrations have found peace to run the administration. Umoino has been quite compromising in Akwa Ibom. The Senate President Akpabio, as he was governor, but he belongs to a different political party. But today they observe as if there is no difference between them.
Isn't there wisdom in that?
And if you might call it wisdom, this is politics.
For instance, I've noticed from several reports that most of the NDDC activities, they moved it to Akwa Ibom State.
Exactly what we're saying. Exactly what we're saying. And for them, they can afford to do that. Omoeno does not mind getting the endorsement of Akpabio
to return.
To return. And if he plays well, Akpabio may also, who knows, Akpabio may also, is it APC? Okay, we leave now. As long as it's a man, no, he does not mean
there are reports like that already, that Akpabio is supporting PDP in his states. So they are calling for APC to sanction him.
So if it is this one, no, we don't have problem with him. He's the devil that we can accommodate, we can run with, because he has also given him his own. He's senator without much fight. It is with all the wahala. At least his senatorial district was his office,
and they gave him his local
government as well. So it's a strange, and then here you are now have a governor coming out against his, as it were, what his fellow governors are sitting somewhere and saying, and he himself can afford to say what he is saying, and not saying a political party that is at the top, Akpabio, because he does not probably want to offend Akpabio. This is what is happening, and it is strange. Political parties everywhere, including the APC, it is either, wherever they can get 100%, they don't give you anything. But here, people are prepared to share offices, share the spoils, and then preserve their, and even like you have said, Akpabio himself. How much is he really against the governor or the governance of Akwa Ibom? You don't hear him. They are always together. He sat with all of them the other day, with even Udom Emmanuel, all of them. The man who, he brought to power, and then at some point they fell out. But they didn't fall out as much as we do in River State, the way we do it in River State, where the moment we don't agree, then one must die.
Okay. Mr. Momo.
I think, in all honesty, first of all, something just came to my mind. That question you were asking. Susan is not a senator. He won the election, but he was sacked by the court. Yes,
Susan, former governor of
he won the election, but he was sacked by the court. Now, see, I think
at my introduction.
Yes, when I was listening to you, I think when we want to have a place to copy, I think we should copy from South states. Should copy from Akwa Ibom what is happening. I'm from Edo State. If the APC is there, they don't want to see the PDP. Nothing. They don't want to even relate. That's how it is. Whether from Akwa Ibom, whether from Edo State to Cross River to Delta, once you are here, you are there. You have defined where you are. But this is not the first time of the governor of Akwa Ibom State supporting, saying he support the president. The delegation that led to the presidency, I don't know if you remember recently, they led a delegation, and in leading that delegation, this is one beautiful thing. Akpabio was part of that delegation from Akwa Ibom State, and the head of that delegation was the governor of the state. It was not Akpabio. Akpabio was part. He's the Senate president, but he's part of the delegation. They came with their traditional council chiefs and all. I don't know if you. It was recent, it's going to almost about 3 or 4 months now. 3 or 4 weeks ago now. They led that delegation. It's not like River State. We were asking who is the leader of the state. Akpabio was part of that delegation that they went to thank the president for making their son also, Akpabio, the Senate president. Akpabio, part of that delegation, he's not the leader. He was never introduced as the leader of the delegations that went to that man's name that brought Umoeno.
Udom?
Yes, Udom was part of that delegation as a member of that delegation. All acknowledging that the governor, Eno, was the leader that led that delegation. And in that, part of the things he read was that they supported the president for all that he's doing, So I think what happened now is taking it further. Your party, you just came out when your party made some statement trying to restructure the party, taking some drastic decision. No, I think that from what Mr. Kwaka said, from Obasanjo's second term, the president and the governors of states have assumed the leadership of that state. So they are the ones who take critical decisions. All appointments made from states. Senators that will represent the state, House of Rep members that will represent the state. When the president even want to make appointment from the state, he consults the governors to give. So the governors have assumed so much power that even the president can play with. But even the man who led them in Oyo State for this state, what's his name, Bauchi State Governor, actually said he supported the president. He said it.
But that was early on.
No, after
his tone has now changed.
No. The tone changed when the tax issue came.
I'm just saying that
after that, he said he supported the president. That the president doing a good work.
His tone has changed.
But I have always said, sir, that for me, PDP still remains the biggest opposition. Whatever coalition that wants to come should come and join the PDP. That has been my opinion. How do you take 11 governors and you go and dump them where? So I have felt PDP, yes, it is coming a bit late, but it's good that a proper restructuring so that they know where they are. Truth to what Susuan said, some persons are actually PDP in daylight, but in the night, they are in another political party.
Yes, they've left.
They've left. So, yes, it's good that, but Umoino, like he said, the romance with Akpabio and others, for me, it makes the state peaceful. There are no places where you say, oh, this is APC area, this is APC elder, this is APC, PDP elders and all. No. Akwa Ibom has benefited from it. Remember, that road now is in the budget. It's in the budget. So, if it's in the budget, that means that their representative from that state is working. But he made a revelation there for me, which is interesting. He's saying that high tech does road without collecting money.
If you want to believe that, that's fine.
No, he said so. I didn't say that.
Like I said, if you want to believe it, it's fine.
Is it that they defer payment?
They'll take payment later.
Okay.
But the usual thing from when these companies have learned lesson, in 1999 and others, they do. Once they are contract approved, they start, they mobilize. But they now realize that government will leave, and then the next government paying becomes a problem. So now they take is according to the mileage of what they do. So they take. But if high tech is don't you know no, hold on. Let's be. If high tech is taking, let's bring high tech to River State and begin to award roads so that let them continue. Money will come.
High tech is the commander in chief, so don't worry about it.
High tech is the commander in chief.
Kelly, let's leave it.
No, you said something like that.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, high tech is not the commander in chief.
It's not the commander in chief.
All right, let's open the phone line so we can take some of your reactions this morning on the show. 0817-000951, 0810-95-10951. Again, 0817-000951, 0810-95-10951. The phone lines are open. Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning. All right.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Maximo. Good morning, Kelly.
Morning, sir.
Sorry for the distraction. Kelly, you see, at this point in time, I will be on the side that footballers should go and beg weekend. For me, I've always had one belief in my life. I don't beg for what is my right. But you see, I will fight for it with everything I've got. You understand? If you beat me, you beat me. But for me to stand aloof and watch you trample on my right and I do nothing, so for me, I think this thing that is happening in River State cannot happen elsewhere. And it cannot happen with any other person. And maybe that was the reason why he was the choosing one, the anointed one, because they've known him that this is going to be the outcome. You understand? So for me, At this point, I would say, since he cannot fight, because I cannot fight for who will not fight for himself. Since he cannot fight, let him go and beg Wiki. Let us have peace. How can you just sit and hold down like that? Thank you.
All right, Dede Henry. Phone lines is open. Let me read messages as we take calls from you this morning. Kwasi Military Sole Administrator orders democratically elected Governor Fubara to face inquiry over appointments. If it's true, hey, Tamino, imagine the temerity. Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, who came in through military junta, tends to be humane and democratic more than our president. Just look at what is happening in River State to Fiakwa. Gift from Yenagua. You sent that message. Thank you, Gift. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. This is calling from Manila.
Please go on.
Yeah, if you check the political system in River State, you will understand that if you compare it with that of Akadem, so there is a very much gap and there is a very much difference. People tend to fight his own brother at the expense of other people's benefit. There are grounds where you settle things politically. When you discover as an elder statement that some things are not done well, at least you sit back, you call the person. This is where we have to balance it. But in this case, there is no place to balance it. All I'm saying is I will deal with him. I will make him miserable. I will make sure he come down. So with sort of mentality, even if the present governor wants to go and stay back, that particular mission of I will still make him miserable, is still there in mind to them. So I just thought for the people of River State to organize themselves and then at least all these persons together. Let them have a leveling ground so that they can settle their case. If not, River State will continue on this same basis. Remember, other governors, the same thing repeated, but this one is very clear. So let them call themselves together and River State politics should let them arrange themselves.
All right. Thank you for your contribution. Good morning, Kelly and the guests. PDP governors should join the coalition if they love Nigeria and Nigerians who are suffering the bad policies of the APC, except they are secretly working for President Tinubu. Best Port Harcourt sent this message. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, this man, I'm calling from Port Harcourt. My dear brother, see, the sole administrator of the River State he wants to improve the governor. See, the problem we are having in Nigeria is that politics of Nigeria is that you cannot trust anybody in politics in general, but in Nigeria own worse. But what I'm saying is if, for example, the sole administrator probes Fubara with his appointment during his own time of governor, tomorrow another person may probe another person, and the military himself may not even get what he wants anymore. Because from now, when the power will be out from him entirely, I don't know where he will be. Because another person may come in and probe him. Because he now claims that he's a champion, whereby the people control the state, man, does not even care for Wike. In a few months, we will understand what he does himself. So there is no need of probing. They should allow the guy to rest. Move him from office. Allow him to be.
Okay.
What about probing? Because the probing, can he probe what happened during Wike governor? Because everyone wanted to hijack things. Wike protected him because there was a misusing of funds during that Wike regime.
Okay.
Probing can continue after now. That's no issue.
Uday, thank you for your contribution. The call by the sole administrator inviting the governor and his deputy is a clear disrespect to democracy and should not be taken serious. How can a man appointed unconstitutionally summon a governor duly elected by his people? This political rascality must stop, or else we will invoke the wrath of God. Aboyo Kinsley from Ribokuta, he sent this message. Thank you, sir. Phone lines are still open. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Bro Charles. I was calling you from Oyebo.
Okay.
So I greet your guest in the studio there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please, Kelly.
Yes, sir.
It's not a surprise to me to hear that the governor is being summoned by the sole administrator. Because if you can remember very well, on that said day, or that very day of the announcement by the president, there was a word he used while addressing the governor. He said Mr. King and Mrs. Ngozi. So that goes to show that from inception they have decided to remove him from that office. So let nobody ever think that King is coming back again, because from the onset the script has been written and it's going to be implemented.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it's not regarded as a governor. That's why on the side of the president, he never.
Your point is made. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning. Morning. Toy Hospital.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you. Good morning to your guest in the studio.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Ogamomo, I'm really impressed with you today. Honestly, with your objective view concerning Wiki and his custom. Honestly, if I said you're 100% objective, I wouldn't be wrong. So now I want to talk about the going to Wiki to kneel down before him and this. Like Momo said, he has done it, and we all know he has done it. He said it. What does he want? This is a rotation of, omnipotent.
So sorry, Tony Hosford. If you can, please call us back. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, on PDP measure, whether they refute the claim or they join the coalition, that doesn't make any sense to me. What Nigeria yearns for is not a political party. It is a savior, somebody that can salvage us from the state we find ourselves. If Nigeria really feels the pain that we are going through, I think we have too many political parties in Nigeria. We can endorse a particular candidate which we can vote in 2027. I think by the declaration of the state of emergency should inform us that the 2027 election.
Okay, we lost that call. If you can call back, please call back. Yeah. Thank you. When you call in, please just tell us your name. If you don't want to tell us where you're calling from, we'd like to hear it. But if you don't want to tell us, let's at least know your name. And then you proceed to make your contribution. Okay? Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Bodie, calling from Port Harcourt.
Please go on.
They say too many cooks spoil the brutes. And I always tell people, leave starring for drivers and leave ball for footballers. Use the politics for politicians. All these things that is happening in River State here, everybody wants to be a politician. So somebody will ask the question, what brought the matter? You see these people reporting, Ken is a humble man, he always saying that this is my father. So his father is something. He wants the reconciliation, but it's outsiders are the people that is making this man to be into problem. And who will lose? Him. If we gain, who will gain? Him. Wike is out. Wike is not there. The type of politics that Wike play, Wike is somebody that will decide and he will never relent. Immediately he's going to be doing. I will make sure that he do his best. And it is those takes for the film to be there to make sure he goes from take it to gentle. Every leader must have endurance and tolerate a certain term until he finishes. People should be able to allow him. Let us be in peace in this River State. If you are saying what can we do? It's only that man. I cannot support you.
All right.
We are not talking of that. We are talking of peace.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Kelly, and all the guests. Gift Joseph. Nigeria's insecurity has reduced to minimum, says Tinubu's government. Is a big lie. Just look at the numbers. Number of people being killed in northern parts of the country. Mr. President is in France enjoying himself. River State government asking for a refund from MBA is really childish. Okay, Gift. Thank you so much for your contribution. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Innocent. I'm calling from Bataco.
Please go on.
Yeah, on the issue of 300 million naira to be refunded to River State government. I think the state sole administration should let that lie low. Because if he asks me, by the time he finishes with this state and goes back to his former place or where he came from, he is now putting the lawyers against River State and thereby tarnishing the image of River State in the sight of the lawyers. So what I'm saying is that we should let that go. Because if he asks me, even though the money is refunded to him, it's just a single one-man show in a democratic government. It's an operation. Then going over to the invitation of the governor or summoning him, I don't think that holds water. It doesn't hold water. As far as I'm concerned, it can never happen in a democratic government.
Are you telling me that you want to summon a governor that has immunity to come and give account to a sole administrator? Who does that? In which country? Only in Rivers State. In fact, this cannot even happen in other places. It's like we are too corrupt in the state. So what I'm saying is that it is dead on arrival. The governor cannot answer to any call. Thank you very much. Sir Innocent is my name.
Sir Innocent, by Friday we'll confirm for sure now if the summon is real or it's a fake. I haven't seen a statement so far. So far, I still have not seen any statement with a name, not on name, statement with a name that said this statement is not true. This release is not true. I haven't seen. If you have seen, you have our platforms. Share it on our platforms. This statement, don't refer me to anybody. Let me go refer on it. So if you have seen the statement, drop the statement with a name that says this thing is not coming from us. That's how we verify. In my view, I don't blame the sole administrator. I blame the people of Rivers State for watching President Tinubu rub mud on their faces. What an insult to be summoning a governor who was elected by the people when you yourself is an opportunistic imposter. Brighter from Moji. You're not having it, I suppose. 2 calls and then we'll just read messages. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, Kelly, good morning.
Hi, Muriel. Welcome. Please go on.
Thank you, and I greet the guests in the studio.
Good morning, man.
Thank you, sir. Look, Kelly, I must say the NBA, I support their move out of River State. And that is to show their stand on rejecting this system that is alien to us, the sole administrative system. And I appreciate it for the fact that they have this stand and they stand by it. Look, Kelly, but for integrity's sake, I must say they should return the money, but not to the sole administrator. But they should insist that when Governor Sim comes back, the person whom they know and they can do, then they will return the money. Because for integrity sake, they cannot just sit. It's just like going to a shopping mall. You want to buy, they pack your things, and you don't want to buy again. They pick out your thing, then you want to go with the shopping bag. It's wrong. For their state, they should return it. And anyone that says Governor Sim should go and beg Wike, then I think they should insist that all of us Rivers people should all accompany Governor Sim, kneel down and beg Wike, if that is possible. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much for reaching out, Muriel. Thank you this morning. One last call. I said don't refer me to anybody. Send me the government statements. Some of you are very clever on social media. You can throw abuses and say all sorts of things. I didn't say refer me to anybody. Send me the government statements. I'm giving you free authority now. Don't refer. Send me government statements. This statement is not from us. Signed by this person. Send it to me. Why is it so difficult? But if you insult somebody, go on social media and do your yappings. It's easy. Send it. You think we're here to play? If I came up every day to play here, you people will abandon us. So that's what they're playing. That's not what we're here for. We're here for serious business. One more call, and then I'll read messages. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly and the guests in the studio.
Maybe welcome.
From Port Harcourt. Thank you so much, my brother. Sole administrator telling the NBA to return 300 million. I think he should also stand on that ground to tell the NBA, those that former governor built houses, to return the houses he built for them. It's not only the 300 million. Is it trying to get the image of the governor same or what? I don't understand. Sole administrator, someone in elected governor with immunity covering him. I think they should do things normally where it is being done in other countries of the world. This impunity they are using to rule Nigeria is not helping Nigerian development, of which they know it too well. They are not bigger than the law. If they are bigger than the law of the land, they should publicly come out that, look, we don't have constitution, that they are bigger than the constitution. They will not have to handle issues. All this impunity they are pressing on the people is not helping.
Okay.
Please, sole administrator, act proactively to ensure that what you came for, since you claim is for peace, let it be that we are seeing the peace. Than making it look as if that you are dancing on the tune of your paymasters, which is not helping us. Thank you so much.
All right. What powers has the sole administrator to summon the suspended governor of Rivers State? Sincerely, to an extent, the FCT minister is bent on rubbishing the suspended governor of Ubara How come that illegality would have to stay in our system and people are watching? Now, wow, Kelly from Port Harcourt sent that message. I'll just read some more messages now. Nobody is God. Fubara won't beg anybody for forgiveness. Those looking for Fubara to apologize to them should go and apologize first to Dr. Peter Odili, Rotimi Amechi, Goodluck Jonathan, and his wife, whom they openly disrespected and insulted mercilessly. The man looking for Fubara's apology should first apologize to traditional rulers he insulted and addressed as Usman Donfodio at a public event. Big King from Port Harcourt. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I totally disagree that the reason the sole administrator hasn't been reporting is because the House of Reps hasn't set up Paul from Oibo react to the issues. You know what I mean. You can see how... let me get your name so you know I've seen your message. Clever Sonny. Oh, Sonny, send that message. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly and others. If this invitation to Governor Fubara is true, then these people don't have respect for Governor Fubara. One thing I see about life is don't be too soft and quiet to people in everything they do to you in life, because they will take your quietness for granted, and that is what Wikematic people are doing to him. Eric sent this message. Let's race. Read a few more. I'm reading from the WhatsApp channel. For me, the declaration of a state of emergency is no longer the problem, but how the state will feel after the declaration, because the sole administrator has now created more conflict than the political situation that led to the creation of the situation. That's the sole administrator. All the sole administrators across the 23 LGAs are a creation of Wike. Okay. He said the one for Asauga is cousin to George Kelly and a friend to my boss. I want to remain anonymous. Okay. Oh. Yeah, you have it. It's not, I didn't say it, though, and I haven't confirmed. Mr. Kelly and the panelists, the stay of the sole administrator is not it's not as temporary as the president openly proclaimed. 6 months. From Iba's comments and body language, there's more sinister plan between Wike, Fubara, between Tinubu, Wike, and Ibas. Okay, Uche, Wachuku, Ngboba. Wike saying Fubara has not sought for forgiveness. Forgiveness over what? An ordinary mortal? How many persons has he, Wike, apologized to that he has wronged? Misplaced priority. Sunday, Michael sent this one. Thank God ability at Weibo. Where did sole administrator derive such power to summon an elected governor to appear before him? PDP governor declares Tinubu will win 8 years. Okay, PDP governor, 8 years. Small shake wood and shake him, he fall. They have shown him the sin his predecessor committed while in office, and for them not to disgrace his predecessor, the only option left for him is to dump his party for APC. The same way they showed Godswill Akpabio the huge amount of money he allegedly embezzled. Boom, Akpabio dumped the party for APC. He said, I thought tomorrow, he's a pastor. Thank God, ability at Weibo, you sent that message. Thank you. All right, DK texting from where you sent your message from, I don't know, but you missed the mark. Please, let's stay on the issues. Stay on the issues, yeah? You don't pick a line from what we're talking about and you say that's what you want to talk about. We'll be having a separate conversation with you. And the moment we open that channel, many others will want to stay there. That's why I don't open it. So it's not like I'm shutting anybody down. Thousands of views and references will be made here. But if we chose that it's those views and references we want to talk about as against the actual story, we just distract ourselves. That's what we'll do. And I don't want us being distracted. Okay? So that's why I don't read some of those messages. As much as I agree with your guest, I want to ask what actually is Governor Sim's wrongdoing that brought us to this stage. Secondly, the former governor brought him, you see? Kelly and the guests, persons whose hearts are hardened hardly forgive. Sim must not be a governor. He should first safeguard his life. He should learn from the saga between Oju Zokalo and Dr. Chimawafo, who possibly would have been alive today if he had not gone into peace mission with Oju Uzo. Eric Chooks sent that one. Let me do two more from here, and then I'll leave you. Olayinka's statement, whether from his principle, is insignificant. Some people say they are politicians and they cannot even stand hunger before they became friends or their friends change. All right. Okay. All right, let me leave here. Let's go to traditional text channel. Let's squeeze in a few from here. Just a few this morning, so this was the first to send. Good morning, Kelly. Week's response to Tompolo. You remember when you shared a statement made by one pastor that said if leaders of the nation do not fear the people, that such a nation is doomed. It will soon happen in Nigeria. The revolution they are calling for will soon take place. Innocent child. Thank you for that. The mass killings, destructions in Benue, Plateau, Edo States, etc. is the height of massacre and should have provoked Tinubu to declare state of emergency there. Instead, there is nothing. Okay? Emergency there. Instead of here, if there's nothing political about here. On Wike's comment that Fubara has not sought for forgiveness, I suggest that here should be renamed Wike States, so that anyone governing here should know that he is Wike's employee. He sent that message. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. God's time from Port Harcourt. Rivers State government threatens legal action against NBA. That's a welcome development. Okay, thank you so much. Kelly, the madness is provoking. If it's true that the sole administrator summoned the governor, where is he deriving his powers from? Anyway, I won't blame him. Mr. Dennis sent that one. Thank you. On the alleged summon of Governor Fubara, it's not true. I heard from Commissioner for Information. We have a Commissioner for Information, Johnson, Senebo, live on air.
Former commissioner. No, once you mentioned Johnson, and Johnson was the former commissioner.
Chiku. Well, for the records, I spoke with Johnson this morning, and I asked him the same question. I said, I still call him commissioner. I said, Commish, how far now? Governor received a summon like this. He said it's not true. I said, okay. Your people confirm. He said, no, he heard on a radio station that is not true. That's what Joe Johnson said.
Let's take it as that.
No. Let me go text. I didn't stop there. So I called the station to say how far. You have this statement, share with me. And they said, no. Our person called a source in the government house. The source not named who said it's not true.
There's nothing official.
There's nothing official. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing official. If we had something official, you just read that document and it clarifies it.
Yes.
This one, somebody called.
But you know, Kelly, the Nigerian type of system that we live in, before you know now, you just hear that it is actually truth. Sometimes we have heard news that we thought, no, this news can never be true. And before you know, from that rumor, the news can be true.
I've left a caveat.
Okay,
right?
Yes.
So they still have, this is past 11. We still haven't seen a statement. This is past 11. We still haven't seen a statement. We can see a statement by 2. Maybe the person did not hear, maybe it's not important. Or maybe they say, okay, withdraw it. But if by Friday, nothing like that happened, or something like that happened, we will know now. What's the issue? I found out now that sometimes you don't read messages from traditional portal, meaning Austin George. Sometimes. Well, there are also times when I'm unable to read messages from the WhatsApp channel, or I'm unable to read messages from Facebook and X. But they rarely happen. It doesn't happen all the time. So, Austin George, what you found out, well, it's not correct. At least people are listening, they're observing, they can tell. It's that simple. The man in Rivers State Government House is not a sole admin. He's a military admin, what we used to call Milad in the days of the military regime. And as long as he goes by the title retired Vice Admiral, that's why he can disobey even Supreme Court decisions. Mr. Monday, thank you for reaching out. Well, for the records, I'm reading from the traditional SMS channel right now. And it's 17 minutes past 11, so very soon I'll leave here. Big King, I read a message from you already, so let me skip this. This one says, Uncle Solo is still saying he hasn't employed. He appended his signature for the approval of new lecturers at Ignatius Ajuri University, Rumolumeni. As I type this, they are through with their medical examination after their oral interview. 2 of my course-mates got the job. You should be consistent. I haven't heard this. This is someone putting out this eyewitness, Dr. George. All right. Plateau killings, the best Tinubu can say is enough because Shei is not among... Hey, to enter trouble for this work, no hard though. Kelly and the guest, good morning. Okudiri from Port Harcourt. I'm disappointed with... Okay. It's all right. When you're happy, you can tell us. It's all right. Another one. Thank God I believe that too, but I read the message from you already, so let's move on. Another one. Ibas summoning Governor Fubara is alleged. Does Ibas has a copy of the Nigerian Constitution, and has he read it anytime? How can Wike command Ibas to summon Fubara and Ibas would obey such command? Message continues. Mr. Law, thank you. All right, Bromo. Last one from here. I really would want to know, this is a long one, Chief Alfred. I really want to know the reason for asking for forgiveness. What did Governor Fubara do wrong? If it's personal between them, then why involve the states? They should fight it personally between themselves and not bring the state into it to suffer. Fubara can beg Wike personally, but not as a governor. All right. Chief Alfred Nehemiah from Port Harcourt. Last one here. Supremacy of the law is paramount. The sole administrator in Rivers State should respect the 1999 Constitution in his administration. Comrade AB, you send that. All right. Much I could read from the WhatsApp and traditional SMS channel. Let me quickly go to X. Let's go to X real quick. Okay. So I'm expecting a storm here. I have plenty of people that want to correct me, teach me, tell me you don't know anything. Your head is just big, nothing is inside. I'm not against the sermon, but it shouldn't have been made public. Bringing it out to the press doesn't sit well with me. He's suspended, but he's still a governor. I believe he still enjoys immunity. But what do I know? Comrade Engineer Charles, this is so saddening. With all they are doing to the man, Sim has left them to God, yet they don't want him to rest. Imagine an imposter summoning an elected governor. What kind of provocation is this? Stan, I think at this point, the elders and traditional rulers in the state should call the sole administrator to order. The ones that they've dissolved, he shouldn't take the calmness of the governor as a sign of weakness. Inseparable with the truth, a mandatory summon is not different from an arrest. An illegal entity giving this command. Now it's obvious they want to create the real state of emergency. Charles Ovotu, I thought you sent, that was the first message. You corrected me the first time now. And you're reacting to the same thing? Charles, let's leave it now for another time. It's the same handle now, so let's leave it for someone else, eh? Yeah. Tunde Olusegun, capital no. He came to restore peace according to his masters, not fault finding. Who voted him? Gift from Yanagua. I'm sure I read a message from you on the WhatsApp channel. Fabulous. Illegalities are actually fabulous. Illegalities are actually thriving in River State because we have a tyrant disguised as a civilian president. It hurts me to see how things are going on in this state. For how long will these unconstitutional actions continue? All right, some of the contributions we can read from there. A number of them from the X handle. So let's go to Facebook, where I should expect more abuses from the masters of the craft. Okay, DJ Dede Eugene. It has been verified as fake. it was in the news this morning. Meanwhile, it is incompetence or mischief that makes it impossible to fish out the purveyors of these fake news and punish them. So if it's fake news. So the B part is what I'm taking in what you have sent. Well done, sir. Thank you. Timothy Ngeni 2 says, was this why the president appointed him? He should focus on restoring peace in Rivers to Rivers people and not meddling into sentimental actions that will bring chaos to Rivers people. Prince Dominic, what right does he have to summon a democratically elected governor? This man has rather come to make things worse. Stone George, sometimes you fight to die or succeed, or you stay silent and become a slave for life. All right? Isaac Zeki, it's lawlessness and rascality taken too far. Even a court cannot summon a sitting governor covered with immunity, not to talk of an illegally imposed sole administrator. Governor Fubara shouldn't appear before him. It's provocative and a dent on our democracy. Thermokoro, an appointee made out of totalitarian charity gesture is questioning the birthright of the people's mandate. Well, like what a friend will say, when you invite an outsider into your parents' house and he asks you to go into your parents' bedroom without any caution, and then he asks for condoms to do his business right in the bedroom, then you have forfeited all right of questioning his actions. Eric Tamino, I see your message. Rich David, they have denied it. I also see your message. Thank you. Like I said, some of you are even listening to me. The same way you type this, share that official statement that they have released. Drop it here. We'll see it now. Just drop it. We'll see it. This is not true. Drop it here. We'll see it. Don't refer me to someone who bring their statement and drop it here. Right?
Yes.
To confirm. It's simple. And let it be that we did not read it. All right. Madwa Luchi Victoria, we're in military rule by this, and I don't know why the senior military officers haven't taken over complete mantle of leadership in the entire country. You want cool? If not cool, I'm not going to ginger like this, so Sean. Like cool, I don't ginger like this, so we should be coming down. Because we have constitution that allows us to do some of the things we are doing. Christian Eze, good morning. They have succeeded in reducing the office of the governor to nothing, as if the report is indeed true. The governor is not answerable to him, rather is answerable to us. The governor should not appear before the imposter. And then there are more and more comments, but we have to leave here. Let's go to the general post, read a few. Isaac Zeki, I read the message from you. Gerald Demeka, it beats me to see an unconstitutional imposter indeed summoning a governor. I don't understand this. So if Fubara attends the summons, then he's a less human. Joseph Oka, I thought the River State government has issued a disclaimer that there is no such summoning. Share the disclaimer now, Joseph Oka. Thank you. Fish Jukes, Mr. Kelly and the panelists, the stay of sole administrator is not okay. You sent the message on one of the channels, which I've read. Dr. Mrs. Sema Lebara from Uwere, is Rivers Solar not overstepping his bounds? Has he the right to summon an elected governor? Is this not an insult? Does it mean that Fubara has no right to appoint people that work for him? All right, those are some of the reactions we can squeeze in this morning via the channels. Thank you all for being part of the conversation today. Chief Loveday Okere, JP Square, he left already. He's a social political analyst, community leader, voice of a chain nation living in River State. Chief, you have our deepest appreciation. Daniel Momo, a public affairs analyst, strategic planner, and a travel consultant. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And Opaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ, Zone F South. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir.
That's our show, everyone. Tomorrow, Mr. Indukwe will be here as we continue looking at developments affecting us. And they release a statement tomorrow. We'll talk about what they have said. It's that simple. Kelly Kemejma is my name. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
A very beautiful morning to you. Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's Wednesday, April 16, 2025. I am Queen G-Man. We'll begin with news from the foreign scene and come to Nigeria and then other conversations in the entertainment world. Well, actress Kate Blanchett has said she wants to quit acting to do other things, joining a long line of big Hollywood stars who gave up the red carpet for a different lifestyle. Well, the 55-year-old is seen as one of the most talented and bankable actresses in film, but she has indicated several times in recent years that she's keen to break away from the big screen. Well, speaking about her experience of being a celebrity, she added, when you go on a talk show or even here now and then you see sound bites of things you've said, pulled out and italicized. They sound really loud. I am not that person. Her remarks echoed comments she made to BBC Radio's Four's This Natural Life last year when she said she absolutely loved acting, but also said it would be brilliant to give it up, and spoke about her passion for nature. But she wouldn't be the first successful actor to switch careers slightly later in life. Some other actors like Cameron Diaz, a U.S. actress, was one of Hollywood's biggest stars in the 90s and made her debut at the age of 21 opposite Jim Carrey in The Mask more than 30 years ago. Initially finding fame for her goofy performances in rom-coms such as My Best Friend's Wedding and comedies including There's Something About Mary, Diaz went on to prove her dramatic acting chops in movies like Being John Malkovich and Martin Scorsese's Gangs of New York. But she took a hiatus from Hollywood following her turn as Miss Hannigan in 2014's remake of the musical Annie, confirming her retirement in 2018. Well, Daniel Day-Lewis, the Oscar-winning star, considered one of his generation's finest actors, apparently retired in 2017, but it wasn't the first time he has stepped away from the spotlight. Day-Lewis, who holds both British and Irish citizenship, has won an incredible 3 Best Actor Academy Award for roles in My Left Foot, There Will Be Blood and Lincoln. Known for leaving long stretches between roles in the 1990s, Day-Lewis went into what he called semi-retirement and became a shoemaker's apprentice in Florence, Italy. Well, Jack Nicholson is one of only 3 actors, including Day-Lewis above, to have won 3 Academy Awards for acting. 2 of Nicholson's were for Best Actor. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, As Good As It Is, and another for Best Supporting Actor. The legendary star's other famous roles including Easy Rider, The Shining, The Departed, A Few Good Men, and Batman. Although he's never formally announced that he's quitting or retiring, he previously said his retreat from the spotlight was brought on by a desire to not be out there anymore. His last film role was in 2010 rom-com How Do You Know? Greta Garbo, who's a legendary Swedish screen siren, Greta Garbo, declared in 1941 at the ripe old age of 36 that she would be taking a temporary retirement. It proved to be permanent. The cameo and Queen Christiana star never appeared on film again. While almost a reluctant celebrity, the reclusive actress never played in Hollywood game, refusing interviews and avoiding film premieres and other public appearances. The enigmatic star, whose famous line, "I want to be alone" from Grand Hotel, somewhat mirrored her desire in real life as well as on screen, only succeeded in increasing her mystic by stepping away from the spotlight. Or Sean Connery, synonymous with James Bond, the late Scottish star, first found fame through modeling and bodybuilding before landing a few small theatre and TV roles. He made his film debut in No Road back in 1957, but playing Secret Intelligence Service agent in Dr. No a few years later gave him his big breakthrough. He went on to star in 5 further Bond movies, including From Russia with Love and Goldfinger. Connery appeared in numerous other films over his long career, including Alfred Hitchcock's Manny, the man who would be king opposite Sir Michael Caine, The Untouchables, for which he won an Oscar, and The Hunt for Red October, but he would forever be wedded to 007. In 2005, however, he said he was fed up with The Idiot, adding there was an ever-widening gap between people who know how to make movies and the people who greenlight the movies. Rick Moranis, kids of the 80s and 90s, he was a huge star back in the day, the comedy backbone of popular films such as Ghostbusters, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and the musical Little Shop of Horrors. He began to cut back on work after his wife died of cancer in 1991 to concentrate on raising his children, with his final big screen outing being the 1997 sequel Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. He did continue to do voiceover work, however, and Moranis was set to make a comeback in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids reboot, which sadly fell through. Others include Gene Hackman, who lost his acting legend earlier this year, along with his second wife Betsy Arakawa, but the star hadn't been seen on screen 4 years after retiring from profession on the advice of his heart doctor, opting for a quiet life in New Mexico. Bridget Fonda is one of them, Shelley Duvall, and finally Kei Hun Kon, who could forget 2024 award season's most charming star, Oscar winner and Everything, Everywhere, All at Once actor. He first found fame as a child actor in the 80s when he landed the role of Short Round in Steven Spielberg's Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, before taking another starring role in childhood adventure hit The Goonies. Well, a couple of TV roles followed, but then the work largely dried up and he settled for working behind the scenes as a stunt coordinator and assistant director. Well, in Nigeria, where the notable the Headies Academy has announced the performers for the upcoming 17th edition of Charlie Poppy, who earned 6 nominations, including for the highly coveted Next Rated Prize, will be performing at the award ceremony. Other performing acts announced for the upcoming ceremony include Next Rated Award nominees King, Madi, and Nasboy. Headies Award winner Chike, who earned 4 nominations, including one for the Song of the Year, will also be gracing the Headies stage. Also confirmed for the award ceremony is celebrated musician Flavor, who is a recipient of the Headies Lifetime Achievement Award. The 17th Headies Tagged Back to Base is set to be held on April 27, 2025 at the Landmark Event Center, Lagos. The upcoming ceremony is expected to be the first of 2 editions set to hold in 2025, with the second scheduled for December, as the Headies Academy aims to close the gap year, which has proven to be a major issue for the award ceremony. The nominations for the upcoming 17th Headies Awards were earlier revealed, with Rema, Odumodu Black, Thames, and Ira Star leading the list. The nominations list has also generated reactions after notable omissions, and the Headies also appeared to flout its own guidelines by nominating ineligible materials. In a recent interview, the Headies executive producer, Mr. Ayo Animation, decried the dwindling support the award has received, as he highlighted that the Grammy was now more popular in Nigeria. The award ceremony will be returning to Nigeria after 2 editions in the United States. At the award premiere event recently hosted by the United States Consul General, the Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism described the award's return to Nigeria as a welcome development. Well, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to economic expansion, particularly through the Ministry of Tourism's infrastructural development at the Cap Film Village and Resort in Ibojaye. The governor made these statements at the Kunle Afulaya Productions Film Village and Resort commissioning. In his speech, the governor vividly illustrated the project's potential, inspiring hope for a brighter future. He said that the Kunle Afulaya Production Film Village is a testament that we are achieving the vision. This project represents a big win for Oyo State. He celebrated Mr. Afulaya, the principal initiator of the film village, and welcomed other investors to Oyo State, stating that the state is open to investment even by non-indigenous. Mr. Makinde instructed the Itesiwaju local government to immediately rehabilitate the Okaka Ibojaye Road to facilitate access to the film village. Furthermore, he related his plans to construct a solar mini-grid and extend a dedicated electricity line from the Okaka to the film village, ensuring a steady power supply by December. Well, the event was also attended by the Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawo, who seized the opportunity to highlight a government's dedication to supporting the creative industry. Minister Musawo praised the project as a significant step for the creative sector, aligning with President Bola Tinubu's vision. Well, she highlighted the government's commitment to fostering collaboration, noting the establishment of a standalone ministry specifically for the creative industry. The minister highlighted the government's commitment to fostering collaboration, noting this is the first time, as you may know, that a standalone ministry has been established specifically to cater to the creative industry. She also commended Kunle Afolayo for independently spearheading the project and emphasized the purpose of her visit, which is to identify ways the ministry can collaborate with the Kunle Afolayo Production Village. Well, musician Peter Okoye, also known as Mr. P of the defunct music group P Square, has criticized his family following his testimony against elder brother Jude Okoye, who is facing money laundering charges. Jude and a company named Northside Music Limited are being tried by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC on a 7-count charge of laundering 1.38 billion naira, $1 million, and 34,537.59 euros. Peter gave his testimony on Monday before Justice Alexander Owoye at the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos. On an Instagram story posted on Tuesday, Peter disowned his family, saying he would always place his mental health above all else. Don't let family be the reason you're drowning in silence. I did for over 20 years plus, and it's almost cost me everything, the 43-year-old wrote. But now I know better. Love doesn't manipulate, loyalty doesn't betray, and family does not steal from you. Family that steals and breaks you isn't family at all. Real family doesn't drain you, shame you, discriminate against you, or ignore your pain. My sanity matters. My mental health is a priority. If it costs my mental health, then it's too expensive. Peter told the court on Monday that in late 2022, he allegedly discovered that Jude created a company named Northside Music Limited, similar to Northside Entertainment Limited, which was the company Jude used in managing P-Square back in the day. According to him, Jude used the company to launder money belonging to P-Square in collusion with Peter's twin brother, Paul Okoye, also known as Rude Boy. And lastly, on the news, another very sad development where renowned Nigerian cartoonist Olasende Obe is dead. Known by his signature Obeis, the former cartoonist for the Nigerian Guardian newspaper was 68. He spent many years at the Guardian newspaper where his cartoons became powerful tools renowned for his sharp wit and distinctive style. His brother Taiwo Obe, founder of the Journalism Clinic, announced his demise yesterday on X. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State reacted to the death by describing it as a great loss to the media industry. Mr. Sanwo-Olu, in a condolence message issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyega Akoshile, on Tuesday, said the exit of the renowned cartoonist was heartbreaking given his contribution to journalism. The death of Oluseyinde Obe is a great loss to the media industry and he will be greatly missed. He made lots of positive impact during his lifetime, contributing meaningfully to the growth and development of journalism in Nigeria, especially using cartoons as illustrations and medium of expressions. His landmark achievements in the media industry are unprecedented. I sympathize with the deceased family, friends, associates, the Guardian media team, and entire media practitioners in Nigeria. I pray that God will grant them the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss of Obe, as he said. The family has yet to announce the cartoonist's burial arrangement. Well, that's all on the news. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Do stay with us.
She really bad and bougie. I take it easy, quickie. But she want want it like a bluefy. It's not romantic. Kill me. When she see my shotgun, that's foodie. She know. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen a slip danger. Never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe. I forget put the front way, all I can do now. Shawty really unruly, she like a smoothie, juicy. She really bad and bougie, I take it easy, quickie. But she want it like a bluefy, Mr. Romantic, kiwi. When she see my shotgun, that's foodie, she know. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen a slick danger, never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe, I forget put it from me, all I can do now. Oh, say I'm calling, I'm on my way. I give her like I'm on my way. It's naughty, my core audio. Pull up again, it's a audio. Low silicon, no original, yeah. Love you, baby, yeah. 1 million, nothing to stop it. Love you, baby, she like a movie, spooky. Shawty really unruly, she like a smoothie, juicy. She really bad and bougie, I take it easy, quickie. But she want it like a bluefy, Mr. Romantic, kiwi. When she see my shotgun, that's foodie, she know. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen a slip danger, never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe, I forget put the front way, all I can do now.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, where Afrobeats mega star Davido shares that he co-produced a couple of songs for his upcoming album, 5. Well, the award-winning superstar revealed this in a recent interview on Clue Radio. Davido shared that he produced his first single, Back When, featuring iconic rapper Nato C, and for his upcoming album, he tapped into this part of his creativity. Take a listen.
On Desert Storm, the Clue Radio, world famous DJ Clue Desert Storm, the world famous, world renowned African legendary Afrobeats artist. It's pronounced David O. All right, not DeVito. All right, not Davido. It's David O. David O. Yeah.
Right,
what's up, baby?
What's good? I'm good, man. Good, man. Album about to come out. Just doing these rounds. Excited about it. Feeling good. Feeling energized.
Dope. So, you've done a lot of songs, man. You've done albums, tours. I always ask people this before they new projects. What's your mindset going to the studio? How do you want to be different?
Man, I think with this album, I think a lot of people don't know, but I used to be a producer.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I started off in production. I produced my first ever single, mixed and mastered.
Word?
Like, I learned mixing and mastering off YouTube. I used to use Logic.
That's crazy.
Pro Tools, all that.
Okay, there he revealed that he produced his first single, Back When, we're featuring Nato C. And he just says, I learned, I mix, master, I can produce. I learned on YouTube. Great one. Remember that he did hint on producing Chief Priest's on his birthday too. Now, well, he recently released the tracklist for his upcoming album, which is scheduled for April 18 release. Well, the project will feature guest appearances from Afrobeat stars Omale and Victoni. Other Nigerian artists on the album, including Odumodu Black and Chike. Well, this has been out funds where you had Odumodu Black and Chike on it. But the album also features international stars led by Jamaican star YG Mali, who he featured on the song Awuke, released as the first single of the album. While other Caribbean stars on the album include Shensi and 4th 50. American R&B and his long-term collaborator Chris Brown also appears on the album. Three-time Grammy winner Victoria Monet and Latin pop star Becky G also feature on the album. The South African music star Musa Keys also appeared on the album after featuring on Davido's Grammy-nominated single Unavailable off his record-breaking fourth album Timeless. Davido also features French hitmakers Daju and Tay-C as the tracklist showcases his desire to cater to multiple markets in a reflection of his status as a global star. How recently appearing on a tweet live stream hosted by alternative music star and streamer Creole Santino, Davido revealed the reason behind the title for his upcoming album 5. Ahead of his upcoming album, Davido has released 3 singles, with the latest being the up-tempo I'm a Piano Party starter, Be There Still. Well, lastly, where it's been over 18 hours, where Blessing CEO announced getting engaged rather to IVD. Now she says, "Let me tell you how we met again. As he walked into my office, his perfume and aura caught my attention, and I looked from my balcony. I see a security man stand and stood up from my seat and walked to him in the couch and said in all boldness." Well, she posted pictures from their engagement and says she's never wanted it this simple like this, and she's excited about this new journey. Her new start. Remember that she was defending IVD when the cases about abuse, when his wife passed rather, and the family of his wife had accused him of domestically abusing the woman, and which caused her death. Well, Blessing CEO had come out to speak in favor of IVD, with many people speculating that they could have been in a romantic relationship, and a few years, 2 years afterwards, it's up to 2 years, and they're getting engaged. Well, this is getting a lot of people talking. For some people, well, love can happen in unexpected places and with whoever it has happened with. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Plenty shine, I done it on a Friday, cause I'm only done it. It's a done deal, they don't pay, they kite it, we are baby them days, I'm missing say. Every day is a new level, next level, that's what we the same devil. We be burning, we be spending, we be balling. For your waist, I run kilometer, now you go be my fine shima. You got the body and I got the back, I did for Canada, they blow camera. Cause as I did like this, my body be on things and things. Now you need my mind, oh. Give me your tools, make I utilize, oh. Go on your knees, handle on my mic, oh. Shift up your pants, make I gonna slide, oh. For your waist, I run kilometer. Now you go be my fine shima. You got the body and I got the back. I did for Canada, they blow camera.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Fort Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Uputu. In the headlines, Rivers State Government debunks invitation of suspended Governor of Baraf by sole administrator. Federal government declares Friday and Monday public holidays. Interpol joins EFCC in 1.3 trillion naira CBEX probe. On the foreign scene, U.S. pastor kidnapped during church service in South Africa regains freedom. Details in a moment. Now the details of the news. The federal government has declared Friday, April 18 and Monday, April 21 as public holidays to mark Good Friday and Easter Monday. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, disclosed this in a statement by the ministry's permanent secretary, Magdalene Ajani. The minister stressed the importance of embodying the virtues of the sacrifice and love displayed by Jesus Christ, having to die for the redemption of man. Tunji-Ojo also wants Nigerians to extend love and goodwill to their neighbors through acts of kindness and generosity. The minister wished all Christians a blissful Easter celebration and extended warm holiday greetings to all Nigerians. Nigeria has caught electricity sale to junta-ruled Niger Republic to 46 megawatts from 80 megawatts. The cuts represent a 42% reduction in power supply to the country. Niger's Energy Minister, Hawa Amado, said the measure has led the country's electricity production to fall by 30 to 50% and forced state-owned power company Negelec to impose planned power cuts that can last several days, especially in Niamey. Nigeria suspended much of its electricity exports to the West African nation as part of regional sanctions against the junta that topped civilian President Mohamed Bazoum in July 2023. Amado said Nigeria has since resumed delivering electricity but only providing 46 megawatts instead of the usual 80 megawatts. This is as Nigeria itself battles low power generation and supply due to low gas supply and low investments in infrastructure. Imports of premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, have plunged from 44.6 million litres a day in August 2024 to 14.7 million litres by 13th April 2025, a fall of roughly 30 million litres or 67%, according to the latest Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority supply tracker. The authority's Chief Executive Officer, Farouk Ahmed, disclosed this to State House correspondents during the 6th edition of the Meet the Press briefing series organized by the Presidential Communications Team at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. According to Ahmed, local supply rose 670% within that period. After contributing virtually nothing in August, local plants delivered 26.2 million litres per day in early April, a jump from the 3.4 million litres per day recorded in September, the first month with measurable output. He credited the surge to the phased restart of the Port Harcourt refining company in late November and to incremental volumes from modular refineries. The NMDPRA chief argued that the authority only grants import licenses relative to the country's supply requirements. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has launched an investigation into the alleged 1.3 trillion naira frauds perpetrated through a digital investment platform, Crypto Bank Exchange. CBEX, operated by a group of foreign nationals in collaboration with their Nigerian partners, reportedly collapsed on Monday, leaving thousands of investors stranded and unable to access their funds. The EFCC spokesman, Dele Oyewale, confirmed that the Commission would collaborate with the International Criminal Police Organization to investigate the incident. Oyewale stated that the agency had already begun investigating CBEX before its collapse. He added that efforts were underway to arrest both the local and international operators behind the fraudulent scheme. He also revealed that the Commission was working to uncover other Ponzi scheme operating across the country. Unconfirmed reports claimed Nigerian and foreign investors on the platform lost about 1.3 trillion in US dollars. The River State government has dismissed a viral claim that the state's sole administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibogete Ibas, summoned suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu, for questioning. An official from the Office of the Secretary to the State Government who spoke to Today FM on condition of anonymity described the claim as fake. The widely circulated statement on Facebook yesterday alleged that Governor Fubara and his deputy were invited by the state administrator to account for appointments made over the past 2 years. River State has recently been plagued by a wave of misinformation, much of it falsely attributed to the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Ibibia Warika, all of which have been debunked. Meanwhile, the sole administrator of River State, Ibogete Ibas, has refuted claims by the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, suggesting that a 300 million naira payment made to the association was a mere gift and not tied to the hosting rights for the NBA's 2025 Annual General Conference. Reacting to the NBA's announcement of the relocation of the 2025 conference from Port Harcourt to Enugu, the administrator described the association's position as unethical and a breach of trust. In a statement by his senior special assistant on media, Hector Igbikoubo, the administrator clarified that the payment was made under a clear mutual understanding that River State would host the NBA's flagship event. He expressed dismay over what he called the NBA's unilateral decision to move the event, warning that failure to refund the 300 million naira would leave the state with no choice but to initiate legal action to recover the funds. He urged the NBA to act swiftly to resolve the matter and avoid unnecessary legal confrontation. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. The project coordinator of the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, Professor Nenibari Nizabe, has announced the launch of the Civic Education and Constructive Engagement (CECE) campaign, which will focus on sensitizing the Ogoni people, including youths, on the importance of peaceful dialogue, active citizenship, and civic responsibilities. Professor Zabe made the announcement during a quarterly interactive session with Ogoni youths in Port Harcourt, as he commended their consistent participation, emphasizing the importance of accurate information dissemination. While acknowledging their enthusiasm for the Ogoni cleanup, Professor Zabe urged them to refrain from spreading unsubstantiated allegations and misinformation which hinder progress. He highlighted the project's commitment to transparency and accountability, emphasizing the tripartite administrative structure of the Governing Council, Board of Trustees of the Ogoni Trust Fund, and Project Coordination Office designed to ensure checks and balances. Professor Zabi encouraged the youths to remain committed to constructive engagement, embracing dialogue and negotiation as tools for resolving conflicts and driving advocacy.
The project is committed to transparency and accountability. It is tripartite administrative structure comprising the Governing Council, the Board of Trustees of the Boni Trust Fund, and the Project Coordination Office, which are complementary to ensuring checks and balances. Therefore, I urge you to remain committed to constructive engagement, embrace dialogue and negotiation, as this initiative will sensitize the Ogoni people, including you, on the importance of peaceful dialogue, active citizenship, civic responsibility, and collaborative development efforts. Once again, thank you all for being here.
A youth leader in Ogoni, Barikboa Serikara, has accused some traditional chiefs in the Sogo community, Kana local government area, of inciting women to protest against him. This allegation follows a protest yesterday by some women in the Sogo community who protested the activities of herdsmen and accused Serikara of selling large portions of land to the herders. In response to the allegations, Serikara stated that certain chiefs in the community are deliberately attempting to sabotage a project he initiated in collaboration with a non-governmental organization to build a free school and medical facility for the benefit of the community. He further alleged that the protest is a smoke-screen orchestrated by these chiefs to frustrate the project under the pretense of opposing the presence of herdsmen.
Gathering all the old women to do protests will give them what they're looking at, which is no. Well, I'm not in support of Funani destroying any crops. If they destroy any crops that belongs to the Sogo people, they must definitely pay for it. But I never give a land to Funani. I have a project which that will commence any moment from now, which is the school, the hospital. Anything outside that, I count me out. But what I noticed is that some few days ago, some local chiefs were on my neck that God has favors me. I should come and then liaise with them on what to do. I say, what? I'm not part of that. So since they don't achieve what they were looking at, they fall back by mobilizing these women, taking them from places to places, and then giving all sorts of.
The former president of the Yorkana Youth Council also claimed that the same chiefs had demanded a substantial sum of money from him, which he declined to pay. He stated that his refusal is the real reason behind the series of protests, which he described as being purportedly against herdsmen.
If you love project, come. If you're against the project, then we'll see one-on-one. Not by inciting all these old mothers and they start disrupting them from what they were supposed to do by making noise. If you need herdsmen, these people were there for over 8 years today. My business with the school is less than 2 months now. The difference is the gap is different. If there's anybody that I'm accusing are the community leaders, because these Fulani herdsmen, they are all been there for over 8 years today. And nobody challenges them. Just for me to start a project now, every day from protest to protest. What for? They are the people, the chief, the CDC, the youth. They are the person that if there is any breakdown of law and order in that place, should be held accountable.
Moving on to the foreign scene, an American pastor who was kidnapped by armed men during a church service in South Africa last week has been rescued following a high-intensity shootout that left 3 people dead. Josh Sullivan was found unharmed in the township in Gabera in the Eastern Cape yesterday evening, the area where the 45-year-old was snatched from last Thursday. There were no immediate details on the kidnappers, who are suspected of having been familiar with the family's movements. Over the past decade, there have been 264% increase in kidnappings in South Africa, according to police statistics. Sullivan's kidnappers had made a ransom demand, prompting the intervention of South Africa's elite police unit known as the Hawks. In a statement released today morning, the Hawks said that Sullivan had been rescued following verified intelligence, wherein a coordinated team moved swiftly to the identified location. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Rivers State government has debunked an alleged invitation of suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara by the state's sole administrator. The federal government has declared Friday and Monday public holidays. You heard that Interpol has joined EFCC in the 1.3 trillion naira CBEX probe. And on the foreign scene, we told you that a U.S. pastor that was kidnapped during church service in South Africa has regained his freedom. And that was the news. Is edited by Ifunanya Ubemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon. Thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quarterly man, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices where near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains, in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot, because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge, because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the heart. In some people, they make efforts to get into the heart, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired, and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quatliman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
There is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is running. I wake up in the morning, tell you what I see on my TV screen. I see the blood of an innocent child, and everybody's watching. Ooh, what did it say to make you so blind to your conscience and reason? Could it be love for your country, or for the gun you use in killing? So there is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is running. flow. And there'll be nowhere for us to go. And we will run, run, wishing we had put out the fire. So yeah, yeah, yeah. There is fire, fire in Africa. Fire everywhere in the sea.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The BBC World Service. We know that our oceans and the creatures living in them are under threat from things like warming waters and pollution. Now a huge cruise ship is about to be sunk on purpose to become the world's largest artificial reef. The people behind it say that it'll improve biodiversity, local tourism and fishing. But are artificial reefs actually good for the environment or even necessary? Here with me in the studio to break this down is Georgina Ranald, our climate and science reporter. Hello, welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you, Hannah. Good to be here.
So let's start off with this ship.
The great liner is 990 feet from stem to stern, and she weighs in at 52,000 tons. The United States will carry 2,000 passengers. America claims she's the finest and fastest ship afloat.
It's called the SS United States, and it's absolutely massive. It's longer than the Titanic, and it is now about to go down to the bottom of the ocean off the coast of Florida.
The SS United States, paint faded and a little rusty, left its home of 29 years in South Philadelphia. A judge ordered the ship be evicted from Pier 82. With limited options, officials from Okaloosa County, Florida, came forward and purchased the SSUS for $1 million. Its fate now anchored in a project to make the mighty liner the largest artificial reef in the world.
So why is it being sunk?
So if you think about this ship, like you said, it's huge, and it's one of those really glitzy, glamorous ocean liners from the 1950s. The main reason they're doing that, well, there's two reasons. One is because they want to create this artificial reef, where the idea is that when they sink it, it creates this structure that fish, octopus, plants can all colonize. So one is to improve that marine environment for those species, but the other is really also about tourism. The ship will be sunk in Florida, where it will join tens of other artificial reefs. And the idea is it would attract tourists, bring economic benefit to the area, and also perhaps encourage divers not to visit some of the other more natural reefs. So kind of moving that tourism away from more precious environments like real coral reefs.
What is the process going to involve in order to prepare this ocean liner so that it becomes an artificial reef?
So it's quite a long process from beginning to end. This one will take 1.5 years. That's because, as you can imagine, it's full of contaminated materials. It's got metal, plastics, oils, chemicals, and they want to clean those out, remove all that material, take away the paint. They then also have to begin the process of sinking the ship, and it is as simple, in the past anyway, as basically exploding the ship. So I looked into some of the previous ships, so aircraft carriers have been sunk there as well, and they basically load the bottom of the boat, which is underneath the water, with explosives, blow them up, and then all the water, of course, comes into the bottom and it sinks. That, for this ship, for the SS United States, will cost about $10 million. Some studies say that within 5 years you can have an increased number of fish, you can have coral and algae growing over all of those surfaces.
Is there a risk that it still could be toxic or polluting to the environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good question. In the US, it appears to be quite a well-regulated industry. There are whole companies that are set up just for this process. And that process appears to involve quite a lot of care. You know, they do decontaminate it, they take away those chemicals. But of course, there's always a risk that the job hasn't been done properly.
Do you think that we still need to be putting more stuff on the bottom of the ocean? Do we not have enough stuff down there already?
So I think there is a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of stuff down there. There's around 3 million shipwrecks and similar wrecks on the seafloor. But the ocean is a vast part of our planet. It covers a huge area of the surface of the Earth. So I think we're probably not going to run out of space anytime soon. I think the main question is this really the best way of trying to protect marine species who are at threat from global warming and pollution in the oceans? I think lots of environmentalists would say we should be focusing on the environments we already have and protecting those, rather than trying to create this mixture of a bit of tourism, diving, plus a place for these species to live.
And it's not just ships. I was reading about aeroplanes, even New York subway cars, lots of different things that have been sunk to create artificial reefs. What works best when it comes to sinking things to make artificial reefs?
In some countries, I think in Japan, they've been doing it for 400 years, because by creating a new environment for species, they can attract fish, and obviously then they can fish there. And in the US, it's been going on since the 70s. What some of the research says is that you need to use materials that are good for the environment, they're safe, they're pH neutral, so you're not changing the chemistry of the ocean, you're not using contaminated materials. There was a case where they sunk 3 million tyres in the 1970s with the idea, again, you would create this space for fish and octopus and everything else to live in. And that didn't work, and it released a lot of toxins into and they weren't anchored properly, so they moved, and it damaged some of the coral in that. It has to be done in the right way.
There are lots of reefs, in fact the majority of them, that are specifically made for this purpose. Can you tell me a bit about them and how they're different to the ones that we've been talking about?
One of the ones that I particularly like is one in Mexico in the Cancun Marine Park, which is called Musa. And that one was established because the founder said that he was concerned about the level of degradation and pollution on some of the natural coral reefs in that area. And he wanted to try and pull some of the visitors to those coral reefs to a different place. Now there's 500 sculptures, and they include sculptures of people, but also there's a Volkswagen car that's been sunk. And that is clearly, it's a very deliberate project. They've made these structures, and they're made of particular types of material that are considered beneficial or neutral to the environment. That one is one project.
Is there any evidence that they actually help the ocean and ocean creatures?
So we don't really know what the long-term impacts are. They're quite difficult to study because you can't control the variables. So you don't know if, because you sank that ship or that car, that those species have moved there. There are quite a lot of studies that show that in the short term you do have a bloom of life. So fish do move there, they colonize, that creates this nutrient cycle, for example, that generates plant growth and coral growth. But there are also examples where non-native species can colonize that area because it's obviously not a natural environment. So it might attract invasive species, invasive fish, and that obviously has a knock-on effect on the environment. There was another case in Puerto Rico where a concrete reef was created to protect the coastline. And in the short term, there was a growth in fish and in coral, but there was also a bloom in seaweed because of this imbalance in nutrients. There was too much oxygen, and therefore there was excessive nutrients, and that led to some of the coral to die. And there's also concerns that moves them away from more natural environments where you have a sort of a proper functioning ecology, and you may be disrupting that by placing these artificial structures there.
Although, as you say, it also moves the tourists away, and that could, in the longer term, help some of these corals that might be a little bit over-visited.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the main reasons that people want to do it. It's the idea that if you've got this one beautiful coral reef and everyone's going there, why not try and divert them almost by creating a different environment? But I think in the long term, we're never going to... You can't replace coral reefs with artificial reefs. That's not how the environment works. And so you need to maintain both. You may want to focus on those as a diversion for tourists, but I think a lot of environmentalists would say we still need to protect our coral reefs and make sure that they're not going to die out with increased pollution and ocean warming.
Georgina, thank you so much for coming into the studio.
Thanks, Hannah.
And thank you for joining us. I'm Hannah Gelbart. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service, and we'll be back with another episode soon. See you then.
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly welcome the newest Walk of Fame to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Fat Earth!
Have you ever thought about having your name immortalized on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? If you can't immediately picture it, it's a series of more than 2,700 stars embedded into pavements on the Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street in LA. Each star has the name of a celebrity, people like Marilyn Monroe, Tom Hanks, Oprah Winfrey, but over the years, there have been questions about who is and isn't included. There have also been petitions for some stars to be removed. So in this episode, you're going to hear about the history of the Hollywood Walk of Fame and find out what it takes to get a star. I'm Hannah Gelbart, and this is What in the World from the BBC World Service. Now, let's head over to Los Angeles and find out more from our reporter, Sam Granville, who is talking to me from the Walk of Fame. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Hannah. I'm outside the Roosevelt Hotel right now, which is where the first Oscars were held in 1929. And I'm standing on some stars right now. I'm trying to avoid stepping on their names because it feels a bit disrespectful.
The Walk of Fame actually is over two streets, right? The Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street. Can you describe what the streets are like, what the atmosphere is like?
Yeah, so the Hollywood Walk of Fame goes on for about a little over a mile, actually. And so all over Hollywood, you're bound to be stepping on someone's name. And this main drag, it was the center of Hollywood back in the day where actors and actresses were hanging out, getting drinks at famous bars around here. It has changed quite a bit in the last couple decades. Hollywood's really been struggling with a homelessness issue, so you're not getting as much foot traffic from celebrities anymore, but you do have tourists flocking here in the thousands. You're going to see them posing in front of their favorite stars. We'll have impersonators out here. So Michael Jackson has 2 stars. He's probably going to have about 20 impersonators out here in a couple hours, and that people can pose and take pictures with.
Plenty for selfies. And tell me a bit about the history of the Walk of Fame. Like, who came up with the idea and when was it created?
Well, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce is kind of the little group that runs the city, the neighborhood, and they thought it would be a good idea to just mark big achievements in the industry. So they created this little committee to start going through ways, how can we honor people who have had significant achievements? And just like everything else in Hollywood, getting a star here is super, super competitive. So a person has to have at least 5 years of significant achievements in the industry. They have to be doing either community service work or donating money to causes that matter to them. And what's interesting is celebrities cannot nominate themselves. So it's usually a fan club or a publicist or a production studio who's going to submit an application for them. And they have a little fun clause in this application process, and it's called the Bruce Springsteen policy. And that's because Bruce Springsteen, he was nominated, he was awarded the star, and then he did not turn up to his ceremony, which was very embarrassing for the Chamber of Commerce. So now you have to have your celebrity sign off and approve the fact that they want to be nominated for a star. But once a celebrity gets nominated, it goes to this committee where they take a vote once a year, and the committee sees hundreds of applications every year, and only about 30 get picked.
Now, let's hear about what it's like to get your name on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. This is director Tim Burton.
This is very special to me because as a child, I used to come down here on the bus, no adults. In fact, I was young enough to think that these things were actually gravestones when I first came here.
And this is Cameron Diaz, back when she got her start in 2009.
When people talk about a big star, what they may not realize is that no star stands alone. It is only one of many that exists in a universe. I come from a bright, beautiful, powerful universe of blaring bright stars.
Sam, it's also an expensive thing, isn't it? How much does it cost?
Well, as the saying goes, nothing is ever free. So there's a $250 application fee. And then if you are chosen, it costs $75,000. So you're probably wondering what on earth that money is going to. But the chamber, they have to get city permits to install the star. They have to pay for off-duty police officers for security. They bring in the fire department just because it's a big event and there's a lot of people there. And then there's also the production cost to design the star, set up a ceremony for the unveiling. So it's not free, but it is free for the fans who do want to show up. And the cost is usually paid for by whoever nominates the celebrity rather than the celebrity themselves, which is quite ironic given that, you know, for a celebrity, $75,000 is probably not that much money.
You mentioned Bruce Springsteen, who didn't approve of his nomination, but has anyone else ever refused a star?
There are a lot of mixed reports on stars either refusing their nomination or just not being nominated quite yet. Clint Eastwood has declined the honor. He didn't want people walking on his name. George Clooney, Denzel Washington, John Denver, they've been nominated, but there's this rule that you have to have your unveiling ceremony within 2 years of being approved, and none of them, because of their busy filming schedules, were able to set their date in that 2-year time period. So they never got the star.
Now, there are some names on the Hollywood Walk of Fame that are controversial. There's been debate about whether Donald Trump's star should be removed, for example.
So there's a lot of criticism with the Walk of Fame and not taking stars away. They have a policy. They say, you know, once your name has been put in, we're not taking it away, because if you get a star, it means you did something significant in Hollywood. And whether or not you do something in the future, that doesn't take away from your contributions in the past. And you mentioned Donald Trump, but Bill Cosby, who has also been accused of sexual misconduct, his star, it's been vandalized, but it's still here. And not only is the Chamber of Commerce not going to take stars off of the Walk of Fame, they actually will pay for repairs if it has been vandalized.
And it's not just stars, is it? Because brands like L'Oreal and Absolute Vodka have been able to pay for stars on the Hollywood Boulevard. Does that mean the system isn't working if it's no longer just reserved for celebrities?
Yeah, I mean, the whole institution is starting to be seen as more of a money-making machine rather than something to do with merit. There's lots of questions over why certain celebrities get nominated than others, because there's not really a clear explanation process as to why some people are chosen. You know, they have these big committee meetings where representatives will say, you should pick my celebrity, but those reasons are never actually revealed. And then another massive issue with the Walk of Fame is the lack of diversity. You know, some analysis reveals that it's overwhelmingly white, with just over 5% of the stars belonging to African-American celebrities. You're just seeing more celebrities say, well, you know I'm famous, I know I'm doing good work, I don't need to spend the money to have a star put on, you know, an area in Hollywood. That's honestly becoming less and less of an attraction because of the homelessness issue.
Do you think that it's losing its appeal then, and people are maybe losing interest in getting stars on the Walk of Fame? Do people still care?
I think fans still care. I think it's really fun if you're from out of town, you come to Hollywood, you see the Hollywood sign just up in the hills from here, you see the glimmering lights, and there's movie posters up and down the street, and to see the stars for the first time, it's great. But for people who are natives of Hollywood, who work in the industry, it's just kind of a tourist trap.
Sam, thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Thanks, Hannah. Talk to you later.
And talking of awards, What in the World just won our first award. I have got some of the team here in the studio to tell you all about it.
We got a silver in the Best Daily Podcast at the British Podcast Awards here in London.
We couldn't have done it without all of our fantastic guests.
And of course the BBC journalists who come on the podcast too. And we want to say...
Thanks for listening!
Woo!
As ever, if there is something that you would like us to explain, then please get in touch. You can find us on Instagram or send us a WhatsApp voice note. All of our details are in the episode description. I'm Hannah Gelbart, and from everyone at the What in the World team and the BBC World Service, we'll see you next time.
Bye!
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Yeah, I'm never playing games, but I've been hurt before. I don't wanna get my heart broken, no, I don't wanna love no more. I'm always on defense, cause I know you're a striker. Send a challenge, so you want more. Only I can give you anything, cause I'm treading carefully, cause I don't wanna be a scarecrow. Once bitten, twice shy, I didn't hear what. I'm treading carefully, cause I don't wanna be a scarecrow. Once bitten, twice shy, I didn't hear what. I didn't hear what, no. I hope you don't come running. Hope you don't come running, oh. When you see somebody new. Hope you don't come running. Hope you don't come running, oh. When you see somebody new. I know you scared of my past mistakes, on a baby. And I know if you pretend, say you no go seek girls, we go give you shorties and darling. Oh, you know they singing my name on the streets on a daily. When I only to your song, I go ever listen, even if it costs issue, darling. Oh, girl, I know you need exclusive